the stream. Here we go. Hopefully this works. And hello everybody, welcome to Railroads Online. If you can recall correctly, last time we were working on some stuff, and then I kind of lost my mind halfway through it. We don't have to talk about that though. Hazel is fine, she's in the sheds. Anyway. Excuse me? Phone, I have you off. Silent. Sorry. Hopefully you didn't hear that. If you did, my bad. Now that I had it on silent. Anyway, as you can see, last time we were, I was running some shipments to and from the sawmill, which I have the other line connected up to. I've been doing a little bit of improvements along the rails. I'll show some of them. Yeah, no, like I said, I'm pretty sure I saved with you in reverse, but you know what? Forward's fine. Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to show you guys a little glitch bug thing I found. Am I gonna outrun my train? Please, full of God, train, let me outrun you. Huh. Someone should really fix that. Okay, here we go. So obviously we have the little branch line thing here that Hazel and Percival runs. Is always quite fun. Good times. But I'm apparently... I would like to go fast. Wash Snell. Thank you. Here we'll just roll, I guess, because I have nothing else I can do. I cleared away a lot of the trees from around the line right here because they were kind of in the way, and it was bothering me. Anyway, funny little bug I wanted to show you all. Ah, yes, that's right. This is on the wrong point again. Please stop. Please stop. You're not stopping. This is going to end poorly. Okay. Actually, I think I got it? I don't know. We're gonna go forward a little bit just to make sure we're not sitting on top of on top of the turning portion of the rail. Granted, you would think the rest of the car would pull it into the right spot, but I have a sneaking suspicion that that's not the case. This thing is surprisingly effective. Also, yes, I know the car is still labeled wrong. Part of what we're going to be doing today is actually, hopefully, obtaining the money. Because I intend to go till probably about 5, so about 4-ish hours. 5:30, so, you know, anywhere from... As long as I have the energy for it. That's the main concern. Please stop. Please stop. I don't know why you're struggling so hard today. Usually you're a lot better than this. Do I not have the braking set on the tender? I do not. You were on 0 brakes. Anyway, funny little glitch, if they haven't patched it yet. Don't ask me what's happening, because it's not getting consumed. It's just, I don't know what it's doing. It's goofy, and I like it. I don't know why it does this though. It doesn't give you money, it doesn't give you experience. It's just like this side of the freight depot is completely broken for some reason. And that appears to be the case for a lot of people. I was digging around on the railroad subreddit. I should probably stop that from doing what it's doing. Otherwise it'll just start unloading on the track. I don't want it to do that. Hey you. Yeah you. Stop. Get some help. Anyway. I've also found that it is about 2 beams for every bit of lumber. So, or I should say 2 cars of beams for every car of lumber. Which is quite fun. I feel like I would have remembered that, because we did have the sawmill as a thing way back in the original Railroad series, which we just sort of gave up and abandoned. I might go back to that at some point in my own time and just update it, try to get the tracks laid properly, but I don't know. I was not enjoying that one, to be completely honest with you. Anyway, something else we gotta do is we're going to be taking and building a turntable on the somewhere along this route here so that we can have our train, train correctly, hopefully, theoretically. So, I mean, we're leaving cars out on the siding. Yes, it'll be fine. I think something we're gonna do, because as you can see here, we've got the freight depot, we've got the sawmill and the logging camp. We need the smelter, refinery, oil field, coal, ironworks, iron ore mine, all that stuff. I think I'm going to be putting my oil field and refinery somewhere over here, like up in the wetlands, which would be easiest to get to from the back, one of these back points, which is good because technically the main line already has a bit of a train that can, or a bit of a chunk of track that I've left out that could do that for me. So that'll be nice. The other thing, sorry if you hear the construction in the background, not much I can do about that one. They weren't doing anything all day. And the moment I started streaming, they were. This is always great. Absolutely brilliant. But I digress. Go. Run me. Run. Run. I do, I do actually happen to enjoy the, Okay, so it doesn't show up on the mic, so I don't think you guys can hear it. But I do actually happen to enjoy the fact that I've gotten quite skilled at doing parkour across my trains. I I don't know if I should be proud of that or if that's a sign that I need to rework some of this track because, ow. I mean, a lot of the issues I'm doing this solo. I feel like it should have some trailing wheels or a pony truck. It feels very weird that it doesn't have it. Like it's not like even without the tender, it feels very like back heavy. Like it should be trying to basically fling itself up, or it should be trying to fling itself down. Probably more like down because the fucking size of the pistons on this thing. Which is probably the reason why I like this thing. It's kind of goofy looking. I like things that are goofy looking. Usually, mostly. Interestingly, though, with that bug that I showed you all earlier, it only seems to affect half of the freight depot. Should I? I might actually build a different freight depot somewhere along the sawmill line. And I'm thinking what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the sawmill again and move it around. Because I'm not a huge fan with how I have my track set up for it, is the main issue. But the other thing is that I would like my sawmill to be able to, so I'd like my sawmill to be able to run to its own little freight depot. Because I think we're going to do this in a, that sounds wrong. We're going to do this in an interesting way. Is we're going to have, like, this little tiny area over here is its own little branch line. It runs its own deliveries, whatnot. Then out here we'll have another chunk that has a freight depot that does its own deliveries to that. And this side of the map will have its own too. That's a more generalized one, but also still I can't think of words anymore. Hold on, give me a second. Don't ask me what happened. My brain just shut off. It's fine. It happens. Blame myself. I told you to empty that car? Thank you? Yeah, like I said, if for whatever reason it works on this side, although it unloads weirdly, I don't know what it's doing. I really don't. I don't. I don't know why it does what it does. Anyway, you also might see some weird random chunks of track that don't seem to connect anywhere. Don't mind those. Those are not important in any way, shape, or form. Um, there's definitely not. I'm not working on anything at all. You can just ignore it. It's completely fine. I'm undecided if I'll actually even release what I've been working on, but I feel like it'd be kind of funny too. So, you know, oh yeah, gotta gotta get really good at strafing to play this game. You know, just like whoa, because it's such an active game. Definitely not just a chill game that I play casually. I don't actually know where I would put the other because the largest issue I have with a lot of my lines currently. Thank you, truck. Anyway, the largest issue I'm having with a lot of my lines currently is that I'm sorry, I get very easily distracted, and the sound of the truck outside is not helping. Oh, hi. I let your fire burn out. Whoops, I was pretty sure I refueled you, but that's fine. Not only did I let the fire burn out, I let the water go back to being at temperature 0, so... Is the Monty? The Monty has no fire, so I... no steam at all, so I can't even just, like, shove you back into your own branch line. Huh. Hazel is out of commission right now, technically. I mean, really, honestly, if I had a building that I could make look like an engine works, I would totally put her in there because I feel very badly for what I did last time. That was not good. Huh. Well, apparently I have these really close together in some spots. Like over here is fine. It's just kind of separated out. But over here is not. It's just interesting. Alright, let me know when you actually get back up to Steam. I'm gonna go explore off this. You know, while we're here, I said I was going to be doing some improvements, and I think I should. Starting with, I don't actually know, because I want to make this look like it is a general collection unit. Oh my god, I didn't realize I could do this. Okay, I'm sorry. So yeah, no. What do I do? Like, you all saw how I had it last time. I'm also going to be, you know what, we'll start right over here. It's pretty easy stuff. We'll take out some ballast. I will try to do my best at... Wow, this is actually not terrible. Do I do it like that? Okay. So that feels really tall, but what I can do, I think, is I can start to... Yes. Oh, whoops. So I'll do it like that. There we go. Don't ask me why that demolishes that. I don't know. Technically, that doesn't count as rails. That's ballast. But I'm not going to complain either. I've worked too hard to complain. I've worked hard every day of my life. Come on. There we go. That looks nice. So that's also something that I kind of want to do. And ooh, can we cooperate with me, please? Come on. Thank you. I don't know why I talk to the why I talk to my games computers like they can understand me. They can't. I know that. But at the same time, there's something goofy about doing it, and I can't. I can't in good faith let myself not. Nope, right there. Yeah, that looks nice. So the whole goal is to basically create a solid looking platform thing over here because we're gonna be moving these benches, these waiting huts up on top, and for whatever reason you can't put them onto other props. So my best bet is to use ballast. I think the other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start taking planks. I'm gonna try to make a actual proper floor over on here. So I'll take planks and sort of lay them across the top because I think it'll look cool. It'll also be quite fascinating to see. Something else I'm going to do is I'm going to, right now, go to props. It's platform 1 or 2. I think it's platform 2. Not sack. Nobody wants a sack. Or at least, I don't at the moment. There we go. Now I get my nice little fine-tooth comb editing skills. My platform laying skills have gotten just phenomenal. I'm going to lose my mind. I can't talk. Ah, I don't know what I've done. Help. Also, oh, yeah, I'd have to do another platform. Which I can do. That's not even a problem. I just go. I need platform 2? Did I do 1 or 2 last time? Must have did 2 last time. Whoops. Because we'll go ahead, we'll grab platform 2. I like the idea of having just a chunk of this that goes out a little further anyway. You know, it's like, oh, this is just a smaller, nicer. This doesn't make sense. What? 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 How did I? Oh, that's how. But then this should. What? I feel so confused. I don't understand. I guess we'll just have a little chunk of this that, sorry, this needs to be set to props. Because, that makes sense. We'll just grab some wall. That's not what I wanted. I mean, it was, but it had the rails on top, which isn't what I wanted. So I guess technically it's not what I wanted. Okay. My phone keeps vibrating at me. And it's a terrifying thing. Never let your phone vibrate at you, folks. It's how the demons will get you. I know them. Personally. My favorite demon that I've met is named Jim. Don't ask me why his name is Jim. I figured as a demon you'd have a much more original name than Jim. Apparently his demon parents did not like him. Anyway, that's certainly a thing. Hello? Thank you. This is the one thing I don't like about trying to overlap these. Is how much it sucks to do sometimes. Hello? This is a solid platform. What? Thank you. I was so confused. It's like, nah, fam. Eh, working ain't my motif. Also, this one's a little lower, I think. Yeah, it looks like it's a little lower. That's not a problem. It's just very bizarre. Okay. What? Hello? What? Hello? What happened? No, cooperate. Thank you. God, that's horrible. I hate that it does that. Of course, I've also been told that people don't like how I say the word horrible, so... Yeah, that's my advantage. Here, we'll run into there. We'll do the same thing on the other side here. One day I hope we get actual proper building mechanics that are more than this. What the hell are you doing? Stop. Okay, that's good enough. There. That looks absolutely ugly. I am so glad I spent the time to do this, but, you know, whatever. It's fine. I wish they would rework the tile laying mechanic. Have a little bit. Allow more things to be able to snap together. Just have it be a toggleable button. Kind of like what you do with the tracks, because as currently as it stands with the tracks, you can basically force the game to lay things in a perfectly straight line for you, or if you, for me, it's numpad 5. And you connect stuff up, you can, like, for example, look off over here. Wiggle it a little so it comes back to life. And bam, now I have more control over my own track laying. It's actually a really nice curve. Damn. I wish I was able to do that better more often. Wow. Usually when I build curves, they're absolutely horrible. I have to use my secret judo technique. Jutsu? I don't know what I'm trying to say. Send help. Today is just the day in which I lose my mind, I guess. I have this going a perfect 90. 90, 90, 90. Yes! That doesn't look like it goes straight against any of my current buildings, but it's because the original foundation tracks aren't straight. I wish they were. That would be brilliant. But they're not. I mean, they are. They're a straight line, but they don't snap to a 90 degree. Which is weird. What are they, like a 89 or something? They're like just slightly off, which isn't a lot, but it's annoying. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do, because this is annoying and ugly to me? Say goodbye, rail chunk. I'm gonna grab out some more wall. Grab that. Why does it go out so far? Alright. I was gonna say, why does it go out so far? But I understand why. I know what I did. Did I actually walk under here? Oh my god, I can. Dude, I could build a hide and seek map. That'd be really fun. If you take a train. And I know what you're thinking. Well, like, if you have a train, isn't it really obvious? But, like, you had the seeker go do something for a while. And, like, everyone hides, and it's like, okay, we're all hiding. And you all go find a spot to hide. You can literally... You have to hide somewhere along the railroad, though. And you're not allowed to, like, build or remove stuff. So the whole idea is, like, you, let's say take Percival, and, like, I go run off with it, and I go hide. What I would do is I would just let Percival run. Just full steam down the line until it hits a point where it's forced to stop. Because then, yes, you're hiding on the railroad. But you don't have the train to necessarily to go like, oh, okay, this is where this guy is. Or alternatively, it's like, oh, I found a really good hiding spot. Like, oh, no. Right here. Here? What? What is happening? Okay, I don't know why I can go underneath of those ones, but whatever. I can't. It just looks like I could. Okay. I don't know. Either way, like, let's say I find a good hiding spot, you know, like, oh, I'll go stand up on top of the depot roof. I know technically I said you're not allowed to build, so, like, you'd want to make sure there's, like, a way up, like an obvious one, or a semi-obvious one. So you'd go stand up on the freight depot roof. Because, like, when you're down here, as long as you're on the other side, you know, you see the guy's train coming up, you go, oh, shit. So you hide on the one side where he won't be able to see you as you're coming up. And, like, he goes, okay, freight depot roof. That seems like a pretty obvious hiding spot. You know, he doesn't see over there, so he walks around. Your whole job is literally just snake around until he's like, ah, there's nobody here, and then walks off. I feel like that'd be fun. That's just me. I like hide and seek games. I think it's why I like prop hunt. Mostly. My only issue with prop hunt is that, well, A, you need friends, and I don't have friends that play prop hunt really anymore. They all did for a while, and then they got bored of it. Would you stack barrels like that? That looks wrong. And I don't know why. think we're going to go under props and remove that. I do like this though. Um, the one thing I'm doing with the freight depot, at least this one, because of where it is along the branch line. Oh, I didn't even show you guys. Okay, hold on. We're gonna be doing a bit of running. I need to set up another. Huh. And I just had an idea. It's kind of a dumb idea, but it is an idea. So you know how I was saying, oh, we want to make it so that the train, like, because the train would come in this way, and like you would go around on the turntable. I think maybe that one. You'd roll back up, roll down the line, chuff up, somehow connect back up to your train. Is that a really long and annoying way to do shit? Yes, but that's probably how I'm gonna have to set it up because I was stupid. Anyway, not important. That's how a lot of my points are set up actually, now that I think about it. Because like look at this. This is a double lane, technically. And there's two reasons for this. Number one, this is a drop-off lane for goods and technically passengers. They just, I don't know. I don't know how I would get them to that platform from this platform. Because there's no, like, arches, and I wish there were. Like, they could be wooden, for all I care. Like, those wooden walkway bridges. That's really all I want. But it doesn't seem to be a thing in the game right now. I don't know. I guess they have to walk across the track, which is not a good idea. For the love of God, do not walk on train tracks. Ever. That's how people get hit by trains. I shouldn't have to tell anyone that. It's self-explanatory. It's like how you don't play in the road. Um, which is also a self-explanatory thing. If I have to tell you these things, you might want to consider talking to somebody that isn't me, because I'm an idiot. Just so you know. Anyway, what was I? Yeah, that's right. I want like a bridge thing, because I would totally set it up so like I have a passenger train that runs through here, which is kind of why I've pulled Hazel over to this line. I know she's my cordwood car or train usually, and that's still a large part of what she'll do. But she's also in charge of a small little passenger train. I know what you're thinking. Why not have Percival be in charge of this little tiny passenger train that goes from here to wherever? And the answer to that is Percival is too powerful. Um, I would need a lot more coaches that I'm actually able to run on the line in order to have him run at a decent pace. He's just way, way too strong, which is not a bad thing. But this little tank engine can pull. I've seen photos of it pulling, at least in game. I have no idea the IRL counterpart. I've seen photos of it pulling like 10 or 20 or I think the most I've seen it pull that the poster said was about 30 cars, which is insane because that's like an hour and a half of loading cars every time you run the train. But that's also a lot of money you make every time you run the. It's a weird scenario. Anyway, if you're wondering where we're running out to, I'm just gonna show you guys the new cars we got. Train cars, I should say. Something else that I did the other night. I think I saved it. I don't know. I did goof around a little bit, not save everything I did. So I have no idea what all I've saved that I've done and what all I haven't. Yeah, that track right out there that you're seeing, don't pay attention to that. Those are the OG cars we were using, the Gregor's Flats for the Montezuma, and technically Hazel back in the day. I say the Montezuma because that wasn't our Montezuma. Our Montezuma is Everett. He's chilling out in the engine shed or in front of the engine shed. I don't remember where I put him. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't know where he is. I was driving him, and I have no idea where I left him. Yeah, for all I know, he could have just run off the track somewhere. which would be really sad. But at the same time, I hope that's not the case. But this is our new cars. There is no writing on them, and I might actually get rid of them and get two new ones with writing because I do want to name them. I just don't know what to name them. I think it'd be a kind of a cute little thing. But yeah, Hazel has two little train cars. Uh, that she pulls. Two little I say little. These things are fucking massive. Although I'm somehow still taller than them. It's my one thing that I hate about this game. Is I'm taller than everything. There's also a toilet. I can't go in here because the toilet's too big, but there's a toilet in here, which is fun. There's one on both sides because this is a dividing wall. So I assume it's like economy is these two middle ones. The front one is more of your oh god, what are they called? Your first class essentially, and back here is like your poor class. Although the poor class gets to be right next to the radiator, so maybe it's a good thing for them. Although they're right next to a radiator too, but I don't know. This chunk of the car feels a lot smaller, so it might make more sense that there's more economy seats than there are like first class and whatnot. I have no idea though. Anyway, I wish the brakes were linked. That's my other big gripe because if you look down here, it looks like these should connect up because this is a brake hose, I think, if I'm not mistaken. This metal pipe here. So there should be a hose that'll connect up on the other side, which is over there. I have this car turned around then. It's backwards. Hold on. Actually, that's gonna bother me. Let me not deal with that right now. I'll do it later. But yeah, no, that means that this car is actually backwards. Whoops. Anyway. Um, yeah, no, the brake hoses should line up. And I feel like the brakes should definitely tie into each other on the cars at least. I know maybe you don't want that technically because having individual brakes on each car would be better. But these things are fucking heavy. Like, once they get started, they do not stop. I mean, they will eventually. They just have to run on either, they have to run into either an uphill section or run on flat land long enough. I'm really, really tempted to drag them up there with Hazel or with Percival. I don't mind which currently. Actually, you know what? We're gonna put Percival Percival's cars away. I should have the line set up. As you can see, we have a lot more logging cars now too. There's something like God, I was running 5. I pulled 9 more, or picked up 9 more, so I got like 14 logging cars now. I'm also gonna need more cordwood cars eventually because the smelter uses cordwood, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken though. That is a possibility. This is why we don't trust me on anything. My brain is like the size of an, I don't know, a pea. That actually sounds really good right now. Go for a bowl of peas. Maybe one day. I don't know. There's a fly in my headphone. Or on my headphone. Whichever one it is. Usually I don't hear them. But I heard it. And it was really bizarre. Also, I did... Fuck. Ow. Horsefly. I don't know how it got in. I just had my windows open the other day. That might be how. Whoops. This is why I need one of them bug zapper things that someone was using in a stream I was watching a couple days ago. Just every so often you'd hear like a little electric popping sound. It was kind of goofy, not gonna lie. I don't know why, but it actually made me laugh. I don't know what that says about my level of comedy. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't say anything about me personally. I mean, I could be going insane for all I know. I have nothing really to judge it by. eh, that was a joke for the most part. For legal reasons, that was indeed a joke. Anyway, let's let us run the cars back around. I do want to see what'll happen because I'm very curious. Something else I want to do while I am running my cars around. God damn it! I didn't. Oh, I hope the points are set correctly. I didn't even check. Last I knew, I had them set to go straight to the other flat cars. Hmm. I mean, these are technically flat cars too. They're listed as being such. I want to say it's a brand name when it comes to trains, or like a company name, but I'm not sure. Are you? You're still on the track. God damn it! God, I hate how long it takes to get from point A to point B. They nerfed the character run speed so hard. Oh, wait, hold on. Why do you have your brakes on lock? That shouldn't be the case. Did I put the brakes on, or were the brakes already on? Was it pulling through its own brakes again? Because it keeps doing that. Like, to the point where I have gone ahead and just gone like, we'll just run with the tender at like 20% breakage at all times. Because otherwise, we outrun everything. I don't know why this thing is as good as it is, but it is. And that's not a bad thing. Do you still have your 20%? You're at 100. Damn. I'm gonna leave you at 100. Because... Hello? Train, I said I wanted to drive you, not have you throw me through the sky. We should lose some steam, because we're pushing cars, which are a little heavy. Not really. This thing is not even fucking breaking a sweat doing this. Hey, is that on the turn? No. No, that's on the straight. Hold on. Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen, where I am insane. I want to push the rail cars. Does that make sense? The coaches, whatever you want to call them. The people cars. I want to push them. Also, I'm thinking what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Hazel's work train. It's a MOR train, maintenance of rails train, which I'm also using just as a set piece to build rails. So Hazel goes everywhere. She's got a lot of responsibilities, I'm realizing. Percival's whole thing is he's literally just the train that pulls heavy goods trains. Everett right now with the main line, although the main line doesn't really do anything, but in canon, if I had enough people and enough things, what would be happening is I would be having Everett run the mainline passenger and goods services, so it's more medium to light trains. I'll probably pick up a bigger engine than Everett's to throw on the main line too, eventually. Or maybe another little tank engine. I'm not completely certain. All I know is they need to have some work. Because as it stands, Everett does nothing but sitting over there gathering dust. Although, like I said, in lore for this railway, he runs short-term passenger and goods services, lighter trains. So, 3, 4 passenger cars, and then um, 3 or 4 different little trucks connected onto them. Which I don't know. Typically with main lines, you don't do a whole lot of mixed passenger engines. That's more like your branch lines. So, like, you'd have, like, for example, like a milk car that you would attach to your train, and it would go... Okay, so far we're looking alright with the rails. If you're never sure which way your train's going to go, a good way to know is trains need rail to run, obviously. So, like right here, there's this gap that goes straight. So your train should go straight along this, and there's also this gap that closes up the turning part of the rail. So your train won't be able to turn, as you can see. Also, holy shit. I need to get onto the brakes. Brakes! Brakes! For the love of God. Hopefully that'll slow the cars down enough. I don't know. Yeah, we're slowing down. This is where we store these usually. Oh, damn, I actually threw on too much brake. That's fine. It's not too much of a concern. I'd rather have too much brake than too little. I mean, in the shunting, in the shunting yard, obviously. If I was going uphill or downhill, I suppose, you would typically untie all your brakes if you're going. If you're going to be going uphill, because of how, depending on the grade at least, because of how trains and gravity work, trains do not like weight. I mean, they do, and they do very well at pulling it. But, okay, that's fine. Uncoupled. And we'll throw on this brake here, too. So we have the two back tied and that one tied. I haven't really driven that train a whole lot yet, though. It is interesting. Because it's not as heavy as the logging train. I mean, obviously, look at the fucking length of the logging train. But even just the regular logging train we were running. How many cars is that? That can't be right. I can't have counted that right. I refuse to believe I've counted this right. Because that looks like a lot. Also, yeah, these aren't all the way up against the bumper, but that's fine. They can kind of hang out just a little bit forward. It's not blocking anything. Thank you, computer. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Was I right? 11, 12. Holy shit, I was right. 13, 14. I actually had that down. I'm impressed. Usually I'm terrible at math. Anyway, so yeah, we have 14 of those. I might grab 2 more. Because there's just barely enough space for it on the line. And that'll be it. That'll be as many of these as this train can ever have. Which means that Percival will never actually get to fully show off his full skills if he's running around on the branch line. But I like the idea that eventually we'll move him onto the main line for a project that I'm not going to discuss. At least not right now. I know, I'm being weird and cryptic, and I apologize. But I like being weird and cryptic sometimes. It feels good. I'm actually having some people proofread something I've written, which is kind of fun. Just to make sure it makes sense. Because I'm not really an avid writer. I mean, I do write a little bit. I used to work at a summer camp a couple years ago. I say a couple. A couple is what, 2, 3? 2? A few is 3 or 4, so. Let's see. 2019? 2017? 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 5 years ago, 7 years ago. Oh my god, 7 years ago. That is the wrong line. Or am I wrong with my math? It doesn't matter. Long while ago, I was working on writing some stuff, and I used to just about every day. Well, for about an hour. I have my dad's old laptop. Real beauty of a thing she is. It's one of the IBM ThinkPads from, I want to say 98, he said. I could be wrong. It could be a 97 or a 96. It's been a couple years since I've had to think about that. And by a couple years, I mean at least 7. But it does really good for what it is, in all honesty. Um, it has a lot of what I've been writing on there. It's one of the old ones that uses the floppy drives. It's older than I am, actually. Which, yeah, obviously, I mean, it's from like 97, 96, 98, one of those years. So it's at least 2 years older than me. Brakes! Oh, I'm sorry. This is why I don't like trying to couple things up to Percival. Like, because Percival is too strong. It doesn't matter what you do, Percival will just outpush anything you give to him, it would seem. People online on the Railroad subreddit, which I'm a part of, and do post to there, yeah, about once or twice a week, sometimes more, were commenting that I was making a bad decision by putting the tender onto Percival. Because, well, A, its driving wheels have to change power in order to pull the tender, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, I guess in the long run, it doesn't make too much difference to me personally. Also, this is what I mean about Percival just taking whatever train you give him and just running with it. He's at 13% power and he's already trying to just outpull. We'll throw on your tender brake in full. It should help keep you in line. That is too powerful. We'll leave it at the funny number. Alright, we'll throw you up to 41. Because the coaches are heavy. This might actually work for him. But it looks like it's such a tiny train. There's no point in him pulling this. At least with Hazel, it looks good. Also, I need to change out the front two lamps and add on the red lamps on the other spots. I am too trusting of my trains to do the right thing. Also, I'm not sure if this is meant to be a bell or if this is like an emergency stop. I have no idea. I want to say it's emergency stop, but I could be wrong. Anyway. There we go. We'll just go with full reds because we're moving slow. We're the only one on the line, but at the same time, it's probably for the better that we at least, you know, pretend that we care. Like, I'm the only one that'll ever run this world. Probably. Unless I figure out how to make it so that you guys can download it and play it if you like. I'd love to see that. To be honest, I really would. I am a sucker for running trains. I could do this for like 2-3 days straight. I almost did at one point. I think I've told this story a few times now. But like back when I first got the game, I put in about 50 hours. Some random guy joined in and was working on improving the railroad. And once he got done with the logging camp, all I was doing was just sitting there and running trains back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, while he was working on setting up the sawmill. Or she, I guess. I guess I'm not sure. But, it's not really here nor there. Anyway, I'm driving trains back and forth. And I'd already been playing the game for about a full day straight. Didn't go to bed. So we get into day 2, and I'm running. And, I play through all that, as that's what he's doing while he's setting up the logging camp. So I'm working on improving the, storage thing for cars and whatnot. That way I can run longer trains, and I'm running a little porter, trying to get up the money to buy Percival. The original Percival from way back when. I think I was calling the world Captain's Rail Yard at that point. Like I didn't even know what to call the company that I was running or anything. Obviously nowadays we all know it's the Hillside Transport Co. You know our motto. Hills may be steep, but the prices can't be beat, of course, obviously. But back then, I didn't think anything of it. I was just running around in the stupid train game for fun, trying to figure out if I liked it or not. Because I hated the track laying mechanic. I'm still not a huge fan of it, but at least it's better, if that makes sense. Like, I've gotten more used to it, so I'm less opposed to it. Yeah, I should probably swap my lines. Because I think right now I have us going straight to the sawmill. Which I don't need to be going to. Yeah, I do have us going to the sawmill because I never swapped the track back. This is why I wish I had someone that could just be like a switcher. Or just literally get a little robot AI thing that runs around and does the point switching for me, like as needed. That would be brilliant. I wonder if that's a thing. Granted, I'd have to buy another account for Railroads, but that's fine. I'm not opposed to doing so. It's a good game. I don't know. And then, are you set to go straight, or are you set for the log delivery part? You're set for the log delivery part. Okay. That's fine. And you're not going to the lake house, are you? No. Wonderful. Wow. She's actually flying, which is bizarre. She shouldn't be going that fast. How are you going that fast? You're flying, you're pulling through braking power on almost no steam. Yeah, you're going way too fast. What the hell? Do your brakes just not exist? You don't have braking on, but your tender does, and the tender's brakes usually pull you to a stop. What is wrong with you today? You're like way too powerful, yet not powerful. This train is being weird. I see some folks nickname this thing the Old Reliable, though, because it can pull basically anything you throw at it. You just gotta be careful with how you start, because, so, funny story. I didn't finish the other story, but we'll continue that story in a second here. I mean, it directly relates basically to the other story, so, after the whole, train incident I had previously, which I'll finish in a moment, I bought Percival for the first time. And I had fully loaded cars up the sawmill, because at that point I was just having my little 040 Betsy Porter come down, grab the cars, pull them all the way up to the logging camp. I was filling them, then I was running Percival down, or then I was going to be running Percival down with them. So, interestingly, the dude who made the track did it very, very well. Because it went out far enough that I was actually able to just sort of ignore any issues that I was having. He had all sorts of switching junctions and stuff, and that's kind of where I learned a lot of what I know when it comes to laying track. Some of it's from little different YouTube shorts that come up occasionally for me, like, in order to create this sort of switching junction or this sort of track in Railroads Online, here's what you do. That is a really pretty site. Like, is it Y? Wow. Hold on. You guys are going to lose the sound of chuffing for a minute, but I'm taking a screenshot of that because that is absolutely beautiful. Also, you can shut off the overlay for the Steam running, which is nice, using the Y key. And I didn't know that back in the day. I'm very glad I do now, though. It's picturesque, really. I mean, it looks terrifying. I would hate to be running a train out here, especially something of this weight, on a wooden bridge. Like, I'd be absolutely terrified. Especially with all the, like I said, all the weights, but these bridges are designed for an engine of this weight, so I can't really complain. Anyway, not important. I was saying, so I loaded up all my cars. And, you know, the porter was struggling to actually even try to move the cars back. So, like, it's like, well, it's not going to be of much use if I use it as a little bit of a shove. And I figured, you know, we'll give it a shove, then we'll let the porter take the train under its own steam. Because it's not going to be able to start this thing of cars. Because I think I was running about 40-ish cars at the time, maybe? It was all downhill, but there was that flat chunk of land that we had to start on. Where the dude literally just made the track basically completely level. So it would fit about 40-ish cars. And they were all fully loaded, and I went, well, it'll be alright, I'll just throw Percival into full steam. And see what happens. So I throw Percival into full steam to see what will happen. Here's the funny thing about Percival. Percival is a very strong engine. A strong engine that needs no man. So, I may or may not have, at the time, just jokingly gone, wouldn't it be goofy if Percival just started and left behind half of its own train? I kind of laughed about that thought for a minute and was like, well, that would never happen. I mean, what? How would that even begin to happen? You know, you got Percival. Percival is this big old engine. It's just not gonna. It's just not gonna drive if it gets stuck. And so, you know, I'm okay. There we go. I want to see if I can get this thing to roll down. I want to see what happens because this is all downhill through here. There's a little bit of a flat land, but this is all downhill. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, so I'm, you know, busy doing my own thing. And, like, I throw it into full, and it doesn't go anywhere. Like, it jolts forward and then jumps back. And I go, okay, that's fine. And so I try again. It jolts forward, it pulls the cars a tiny little bit, and then it kind of all just stretches back. And it's like, okay, so I've not opened up the regulator to full yet. There's no brakes on anything that I know of, and there weren't any brakes on. I went and checked, and it's like, okay. So I just decided to full send it. So I full send it, and like it starts going, and it's like, oh cool, and it starts going, and then all of a sudden it flies off, and I'm like, oh awesome, brilliant, we're actually going. It can start this many cars, and it cannot start that many cars. Um, like I look behind, it's like, am I missing? Am I missing some of my train? And so I'm looking, and it's like, I am definitely missing some of my train. Where is like half of my train gone? So I'm watching and staring, and like, it's like, huh. So I stop the train, so it's just sort of basically sitting on a hill. There's nothing there. I run up the line. I'm looking on both sides. It's like there's no sign of like a derailment. Like the train didn't just like tip over on one of these curves. It never has before. But I mean, I guess maybe I was going too fast. Maybe it derailed somewhere. So I'm looking. It's like no, there's no real sign of a derailment. So no cars overturned anywhere. I'm not seeing any cars down in the little valley here. And so I keep running up, and eventually I make it back to the logging camp, where there's Hazel chilling with you know, just in its shed where I parked it. It's like okay, good, Hazel's here at least, so there's that. I guess if I have to, I'll you know, revert back to save to before I left, and we'll see if we can't get Hazel to shove us. And I keep going back along the line, and lo and behold, there it is, the rest of my train just completely detached. And I'm looking, and it's like, well, it's got the pin in it, like it was connected, but it doesn't have the link. And so I'm staring, and it's like, there's no way that they have it so that if the train can't move the cars, and the cars don't all move, that the link will eventually just give way if the train's powerful enough, right? And so like I'm looking at it and it's like that must be the case because I know these were all linked together. They wouldn't have made it uphill with Hazel if they weren't. And I didn't play with any of this. I wouldn't have been able to because they're all linked together. I can't remove the link. I can remove the pin, but then the rest of the train doesn't move. This is also a lot less interesting than I thought it was going to be. I feel very badly. I figured we'd go much, much faster. And so, like, I'm looking at this, and it's just like, how the hell did I do this? This shouldn't be a possible thing. I think I need more cars in order to go faster, but I don't know. Or I need to let, um, or I need to let Percy just get more speed when he's pushing. Anyway, we'll shunt these things back, because we don't need them up here. But, we'll need to drive back up to here afterwards, because this is where we're working today. Mostly. There's a couple different spots we're working on, but this is going to be the main one. God, I still love that. It looks like there's just this chunk of bridge that's just been abandoned. Like, it fell. Why did it fall? I don't know. It just did. And I love that. Anyway, I also need to put a telecommunication box up here. The telegraph box, whatever you want to call it. The phone booth. Which is not a thing yet. not entirely certain when they want this game to take place time period wise. Because you got cars from the 1870s. Oh wow, that's pretty modern. Not as modern as the Porter, but like you got shit from 1903. But like there's no electric stuff, even though there should be. I mean, arguably this has probably got electric in it. But like there's no like electric lights on any of the buildings or anything. And by this point, there should be. Like if we're in 1890, I could see it. Yeah, it's probably still a pretty new invention. But electricity and lights have been a thing already for a while. At once we get to 1906. So the fact that there's not any anywhere on stuff is a little weird. Also, there should be some diesel engines. They're not going to be very good, but there's at least a few small shunting engines that are a thing by this point, especially with 1906. Um, fuck, I actually looked this up at one point too. I have this written down. Hold on. I have this written down. I'm taking a second to reopen it because I thought it was kind of interesting. There was a small diesel engine. Um, where is it at? There's Stanley. Yeah, the Baldwin VO 1000 diesel locomotive. I think, if I'm not mistaken, was already built by this time. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I'm 95% certain I'm not. It's like I looked it up at one point, and wow, I've done it again. We have no steam. I'm gonna shut off the brakes, I think, and just let us roll down. I think. I am yet a bit undecided. We'll take one off of back here. We're going to have to make a stop by one of the refueling stations for the trains to get them all done up all nice. Also, what I'm going to do, is that long enough for us? I built it for Hazel. I didn't build it for us. I didn't even think about having Percival come up this far. I kind of figured I'd let Percival's whole little area be back there only. But I suppose it's not within my rights to fix this up to suit my needs. The only other issue I have with this is the fact that it feels very tall when you start building it out like this. And I hate that the about this malarkey. Keep wanting to say other words, and I go, probably shouldn't say that. Yeah, probably still shouldn't say that. So like, I'm sorry if it ever sounds like I'm being weird. I am trying to get my language under control. That should do perfectly though for basically anything we pull over here. Because the Everett would be the biggest style of tender engine. Like real tender engine, not... Bye, have a great time. Sorry, anyway. The Everett would be the biggest type of tender engine that I'd ever really consider running down this line as is. Because Everett is, like, real tender engine, not one that I've created as a way to, basically say fuck you to the limitations of the game on its, storage for fuel for Percival. I don't care if when they update the game they make it so that water can no longer be pulled from tenders by non-tender engines. My only fear when they update the game to patch that is that we won't just... They'll make it so we just can't connect to tender cars anymore. And I know that sounds like a weird thought. Because, like, well, I mean, if they do, that's whatever. But, like, that's how Percival becomes, like, the ultimate engine. Like, nothing phases this thing ever, so long as you're running it like this. God, I kind of wish I put the turntable that way, but I would have to drop this by so much that I wouldn't be able to do it. Anyway, this is another one of the areas we're working on. I'll go set that next to the turntable. That's actually not a bad idea. I've had an okay thought for once. We'll set this over by the turntable. It'll be a little weird. We're gonna want to make sure that it's not in the way. But as long as it's over by the turntable, we can just set it like right there. Like it'll be perfect. Don't even have to worry. Yardmaster would be able to, well, I say Yardmaster, but would be able to see that this door opens? Okay, I didn't know that. But like, you could stand here and just look out this window and be like, oh, is there a train coming? Oh, I see the smoke. Okay, good. Then you can go back to working over here. I think technically this is the wrong way around, though. Technically. It's, yeah. But then you have this other window here that, like, you can, like, watch customers come up from the train station and be like, oh, yes, good, wonderful. They're coming up for the train trip. And you're like, ah, you send your telegraph back, we have X amount of passengers on this train, and is scheduled to depart at X at however many hours. I don't know. I kind of like the idea. Although I'm very easy to please when it comes to trains and whatnot. Very, very easy. As long as the train looks like it's... Okay. I am going to cut down a little bit more of the forest. My inner child is crying at the thought of making a fictional character cry. Hmm. If you do not know why, I do not blame you. The only reason I still remember the episode as clearly as I do is because I am dumb. There is no other reason. Wow, that looks wrong. You see that and your brain just goes, that ain't it, Chief. That ain't it. Like I'm pretty sure I've seen far far worse than that, but wow. Do not do that. I do like the idea that we have a little bit of extra runway too. At some point, I'll probably make a bridge because I think this does actually connect up with that hill over there. Over there. So what I'll do is I'll make it so that this line can come along and collect iron and whatnot, or something. Maybe we'll just bring the sawmill line out past here. Who knows? I'm not yet decided. We'll put the sawmill somewhere over there next to the river, or a sawmill, or a delivery depot, or something. Something so that it makes more sense, because right now that's my biggest issue with where I have my sawmill. Like, it looks not. Oh, hi. I'm glad I had a bumper there. I'm just like, we'll just throw the throttle into full, it'll be fine. What's the worst that'll happen? The train's like, well, I'll just completely derail. Hey, that doesn't have a, oh, it does have a bumper at the end. I was gonna be like, that doesn't have a bumper, does it? Hmm. I hope I'm really good at braking. Like that's my biggest fear is just sending this thing off of a platform somewhere. The only reason I fear that so much is because I remember when re-railing an engine used to suck. I mean, don't it still is a terrible thing to have to do. I feel badly for them every time, but I don't even just mean like I feel badly for the engines that I have to re-rail. I mean like it was not a fun thing to have to do ever. The last thing you wanted to have to do was re-rail an engine. Like it just was painful because a tender engine, I should say, or anything, or any cars or anything like that. Basically, when you had your train hooked up, you did not unhook from it when I first started because, like, yeah, it was easy enough once you got used to it, and I think that's largely what happened. Is I just got used to how the trains and whatnot all work. So I went, okay, this isn't as bad as I thought it was. I'm able to uncouple and recouple stuff. But they actually did fix the re-railing mechanism, and wow, this looks really bad for some reason. I think it's because of how wide the cab is. Which is another weird thing about this engine to me, is the cab is super fucking wide, but the windows are like tiny. They could have had any size of window, and like they went for like tiny windows, and I don't know why they did that. Like it didn't make much sense. But I'm not paid to try to make sense of design choices. I know that a lot of these were modeled after the real life locomotives for the most part. Some of them have creative liberties taken, be it paint jobs or whatever. Also, I'm removing the brick foundation. We're putting the we're gonna be putting the platform, wow, on this side. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove this brick platforming and just make it into dirt, I think. But I don't know. I still do like how well these two go together. Like they look proper together, if that makes sense. It looks like a it looks like the Hillside company actually learned something from their other rail line. So we have one rail line that is somewhere in Ohio. Ohio? Was it Ohio? I have both this written down, like I said. I don't remember where it was though. Company documents. I wrote this down in here, right? Purpose, significant engines, some different things, more engine information. Maybe it's not under this one. I don't know. One of these has like the actual location in which this takes place. Is it this one? No, these are all the same. I don't know. Either way, we had our we had our train doing its things. I never finished my original story, did I? I got stuck up on the story about me literally tearing my train apart one time, which I have other stories and disaster stories of from my time playing this game because, oh my god, was I terrible at driving trains in this game to begin with. Like, it was scary. Also, that made it a lot less farther than I thought it would. But at least I see it, so there is that. Anyway, there was also the time that I... okay. There was also the time that I was... I guess I should go back to the original story. That I was driving train. You know, the dude had just finished what he was working on, and he went ahead and he managed to finish up the logging camp. So he was working on the way to the sawmill. And I was tired by this point, like very tired. I had not slept in like 48 hours ish because I was busy playing the game. It's probably more than that at that point because it was like 5 at night or some shit. So, you know, it's one of the times I had managed to get a couple days off in a row. And so, you know, I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. I'll play the game for the next couple days because I just picked it up. I was just learning the basics. And so, you know, I'm doing my thing. We get to the point where it's like, well, you know, I'm starting to doze off while driving train. And, like, I realize this, so it's like, okay, well, you know, I'll finish this last run. I'll say goodbye to this dude. You know, I'll privately message him on Steam, whatever. I'll send him a friend request because he's been real chill, real patient with me. And I'll be like, hey, you know, I've been playing for the past 2, 3 days now, and I'm gonna go to bed. So I'm driving my train, and I must have just completely fallen asleep. Um, because like the next thing I know, I wake up because the sound of my engine has stopped. The train is no longer running. There's no more chuffing of the engine, and I'm like, did I run out of steam? What happened? And I'm looking, and it's like, oh, okay, so I was going downhill. I made it into the yard. Yeah, that all makes sense so far. And my train had so much speed on the one corner that it took that it literally just decided to flip out, and flung cars everywhere. So I had lost all my train cars. I didn't know where anything was. Like, I had like 6 of them left at that point, and I went, oh. Oh, that's what happened. Oh, I see. Why did this happen, though? Who said that this was an okay thing to have happen? And so, you know, like, the dude's out there running around collecting up the cars. And like, he messaged me on Steam, what happened? And I'm like, I fell asleep at my computer. And he's like, oh? And I'm like, to be fair, I have been awake for, you know, just a couple days. And he's like, oh, yeah, you should probably go to sleep if that's the case. It's like, well, I was intending to after I got done with this, but, you see what happened. And he's like, yeah, it's alright, we'll grab up the cars real quick and save, and then you can go to sleep. And so we did. And I went to sleep. That was not a great day for the, for my, little railway. I think I still have that world. Maybe, if I'm lucky. I don't know. Either way, it was really funny. It was also the time that I was, playing, and this was before. So I'd been playing the game for like 10 hours-ish at that point. And another dude joined the game, flying around, and like looked at me, and I looked up at him. I was like, how's this guy flying? And like, along comes this little train trundling up the line, that says it's Captain Choo Choo's, and I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Which, if you don't know, I'm pretty sure he's one of the devs. I'm 95% certain. At the very least, he streams it a lot. Or she. I've never actually bothered to watch. It's on Steam a lot, and it comes up as them streaming. And I'm not sure. All I know is that it's kind of goofy. Also, this just feels right, and I don't know why. Like, we're not connected. Gravity does a lot of the work here. But, like, it would make sense that these things are just sort of roll along. They catch up with the weights from my engine. Because they start to slow down just enough that I catch back up to them and I give them a bump. And then I keep them running forward. I think part of the reason why this feels right is because Percival is running up and down the line properly. And I know that sounds wrong when I say it, but tender engines don't normally run up and down the line going back and forth. You don't usually use tender engines in a push-pull. That's like your little porters and engines that have a bunk. Or a wood rack. It kind of depends. I think bunkers are only referred to when they use coal. If I understand correctly, it's been a hot minute though since I've ever, thought about it. The only real time you run an engine backwards is to connect it up to its train. But with bigger tender engines, because of how powerful they can be, you don't really want to run them backwards. So you'd have a smaller shunting engine. Shunt the, whatever train it's hauling up to it. Unless it's too heavy for the shunting engine, then you might have your tender engine. At least if I understand correctly. You gotta understand, a lot of what I know about trains comes from um, books, written books and shit that are mostly British locomotive based, and they're like ancient, like 1800s sort of ancient when it comes to their engines, or sometimes newer. I think the newest trains that I know about, obviously there's some diesel electrics that I've at least heard about, but those don't really count. Because what I'm talking about are trains that are, I don't know. I don't know how to word this. But basically, I know there are electric engines, apparently, that run in France or Italy, one or the other. I don't know what they're called, but they're usually passenger trains. I've also heard about a kind of goofy type of train. I don't know when this came out, and I only briefly heard about it, but there was apparently, somewhere in the world, a steam engine that had an electric boiler, which sounds stupid to me personally, because A, that's a lot of weight that just does not need to be there. That's part of the reason why steam was abandoned. Part. Also because maintenance for a steam engine is fucking insane. I've been watching a dude's channel recently, Laurie's Mechanical Marvels, I think? LMM, as the abbreviation. I know that much. Um, he does different. He goes around and gets to drive different trains and whatnot from different branch lines and whatnot. And he did one over on the Telequin Dogoth. I don't know how to say it, or the. But he he did a thing on that engine, which is a pretty well known engine. You know, it's a very popular engine, and for good reason. But when he did his whole little video on Dogoth, he talked about the maintenance that goes into getting the train ready to run. And unlike a diesel engine where it's just, you throw a little grease on a couple different spots, hop in, start her up, and away you go. You have to build the fire. You got to make sure it's full of water. You got to start the fire, and you got to use a blower apparently because smaller steam engines like that don't really have a compressor, I guess, if I understand correctly. And a couple other little things that were kind of goofy. But you have to oil everything every single time. It's not just making sure, oh yeah, there's still grease in this spot. Oh yeah, there's still fuel and oil in the tank. Okay, let's go. You got to make sure it's full up on water. You got to make sure you have enough fuel. Not to mention, most steam engines just get outperformed by diesel engines. And it's nothing against steam engines, it's just they weren't ever really built or refined well enough. I mean, they were. They're very refined engines. They can pull a lot. Diesel engines tend to be stronger, and they're also more purpose-built, rather than steam engines, which are more just general, apparently. Like I said, a lot of what I know comes from random bits of children's media about trains. Some of it's actual adult stuff. You know, like actual histories of different little engines and stuff. And some of it's just stuff that I've learned from talking to ChatGPT, so I don't know how accurate most of this information is. And I wish I knew that it was all accurate. In fact, I'd love to know every little thing about trains. Just like, oh yeah, trains. You want to know everything about them? Here's everything you need to know. Ever. That's ever been done or discussed about trains. I would kill for that, to be honest with you. So if you're one of those people that have all the knowledge on trains, you should let me know. I don't know. Anyway, we always talk about more war crimes I've committed against this game. Because that's basically what they are. There's no other real way to word it. It's just me committing war crimes against the game. Starting crazy shenanigans. Where's your break? I need your break. Break on full. I have that timing down pretty good, actually, from going to that point to jumping to the brakes, just so that we can get our train in the right spot. Also, you might have noticed that over here, everything is a lot better when it comes to my point switchers rather than like out here, where it just elevation changes and all this weird random stuff that it shouldn't be doing. In all honesty, it's not exactly ideal that how I have it set up, but I can't really do a whole lot about it. Anyway, where am I at for money right now? I need a little bit more before I could actually run the porter. So you know what that means. That's right, it's logging time. Yay, the logging camp, everyone's favorite thing. I think I'm going to run up to the logging camp, though. I think we're going to go over there and, or not the actual logging camp, the sawmill portion. And we're going to basically turn our train around. I don't know. I think we have to at this point. Because, but there's no spot. Because I'd have to run all the way out here for the turntable. I need to work on more of that. Because there's not really, like, turnaround locations. So no matter what, eventually the whatever engine I have running from the logging camp to the sawmill ends up having to turn around. Ends up having to either A, push or pull in reverse for a little while. Which isn't really ideal, all things considered. You know, you can say, oh, it's fine, you don't even have to worry about it. But, like, no, I most definitely do have to worry about it. Because it's not really supposed to be a push-pull, like I said. Also, I need to go get fuel. I think we're going to go to the engine sheds and get fuel. Then we're going to go work on the town thing for a little bit. But we're also going to do something else. We're going to go steal Hazel's train. Hazel's little maintenance of the rail train. Or MOF train. Which sounds like I'm trying to swear. I promise I'm not. I would do no such thing. I'm a good Christian child. Not really. I'm not anyway. I mean, I try to be a good person, but I'm not that person. If that makes sense. Anyway. Now that I'm done embarrassing myself, hopefully, for the next 10 seconds, we can keep going. Why does that drop? I've never understood that. I built all that to be on a level grade, but for whatever reason, that section of track lowers. And I do not know why. It didn't used to. It was only after I did all my reworking through there that that ended up being at a lower grade for some random reason. Because for whatever reason, that grade just it drops, then it goes back up to get to the level switching, where there's that little workaround for if you're driving a passenger train. You know, oh, we're coming. It's Hazel. She's coming back with her little passenger train. But oh, we got Percival here filling up on logs with his little train. So we'll make sure that she gets to go around because she's actually the she has the right of way on that because she's hauling passengers. I need to work on making a couple more spots like that. That's not the way I want to go. You are a monster. No, forward, forward. Not backward, forward. Thank you, Percy. Oh, that brings up a funny thing. So the other night I took that screenshot of Hazel just completely drenched in the water, right? And I'm like, oh, this is kind of goofy. I didn't know I could do this. I'll throw it up on Reddit and on the subreddit. Just like, so I didn't realize that I could essentially throw my train into the lake. And someone looked at it and went, so are you trying to recreate Percy's promise? And I went, what? And they're like, Percy takes a plunge? It depends on which version you're watching, because the American release names were different to the British ones, and I don't know why. Like, there's no real purpose to them having decided. So this series will be called Percy Takes a This series will be called blah blah blah. So like I said, yeah, I don't really know why they did what they did with the naming schema of the show, but they did. For some episodes, not all of them. I mean, they had a quote unquote Thanksgiving episode, but because the British don't celebrate Thanksgiving, there's not really a Thanksgiving episode, so it's a Christmas episode that they say is a Thanksgiving episode. It's so dumb. But that's what we get, I guess, for having it appear on Shining Time. Which, if you didn't know, was an actual show over here in America. It was our little train show, I guess. That's what Thomas played in a lot. Which is why. Oh no, I don't remember the name of it now. There's this little comedy sketch someone did where they basically parodied the Shining Time station Thomas segments. It's where they have I don't know. I can find it at some point. I'll throw it up on my Twitter, of which you should definitely check out. I do post there occasionally. Or you can check out my Discord too, either or. I know it's annoying to have to type in the links, but I have no excuse. I'll throw them into the descriptions from now on. Anyway, let me guess. This is going the wrong way still? Yes, yes it is. Well, how did I know? It's almost like I saw the point was set wrong, and didn't do anything about it. Again. So, how far back are these points set incorrectly for? Are they at least mostly correct? Because if they're mostly correct, I can excuse it. But if they're all wrong, then god darn it, I gotta beat somebody. Probably myself. Alright. It looks like I get off lucky this time. But I'm watching you. Me? Okay, we'll take off the brakes from everything. Oh, you don't even have brakes on. Do any of you have brakes on? No? No brakes on there. How about you? Do you have your brakes on? Well, you have the same brake. What's you? You must have... You... Really? None of you have your brakes on. That is quite surprising, really. Also, now that I know that this is a thing... I'm glad to know that's a thing, just so you're all clear. Just so that we're all clear. I am surprised that the weather has not changed in the game yet, honestly. I kind of figured it would by now. But you don't have... I thought I saw a loop going through on the back of the tender. I'm like, wait, that's the case that I don't need one on the car up ahead. It'll just cause issues. Which feels weird, but I guess on the cars there is only one slot for a loop or link, whatever you want to call it. Whereas on some of these engines, there's spots for like 2 or 3. And I feel like you'd want to have more than one, especially on something like Percival, where this thing just sort of goes, you know what would be really funny? If I just pulled through, pulled through the heavy train that I cannot pull. Rather than, it stopping me, I just literally tear half the train apart. I wonder if you had two of these that you start at the same exact time on going in opposite directions of each other. What would happen? Would one of these engines actually would one of the engines pull the other? Would they just be stuck forever having wheel slip? Like on perfectly flat rail, no elevation one way or the other for them to have an advantage. Just nothing. Just perfectly flat and smooth rail for as far as the eye can see. What happens? Do they eventually all go, "Wow, this this sucks," and just the trains just eventually run themselves out of steam at the same exact time because everything is done at the same exact time. They're fed fuel at the same exact time on the same exact level playing surface with the same exact amount of water, with the same exact amount of care to keeping the fire going, all that. Do they do they break one of the cars apart? Do they break a chain link apart and just both engines go flying off in different directions? I'd love to see the engine stress tests in the game. Because if you start one before the other, then yeah, the one that starts before the other one's gonna have a bit of an advantage. Even though they're the same exact fucking engine. Yeah, see, this has a slot for like two different connections. Which leads me to believe that it's actually more designed for these cars here than Hazel is, but whatever. I'm not picky. I think we're gonna do this in blue at some point, or like bright yellow, so that matches the box car. And we'll do this car in yellow too at some point. Actually, could I do that now? Because if I'm not mistaken, there is yellow as a color for the coaches. Yeah, right here. I mean, it's not perfect. It's more like a beige, but I think it's partially just because of the light. Always there's like this dark blue. But then we can name it the hillside. Wow, that actually blends in really badly. Co MOF. Or mail or rail maintenance. Yeah, wait, what does F mean? Maintenance of rail. Yeah, there we go. More. More! Yes, I love my more. And then we would go. Wow, wait, these look really nice. I'm impressed. We have the nice yellow here. That's a actual bobber caboose though. I'd want to go to the way car. This is what I'm running. And I'd look at it in yellow. Probably like this. Then we would also take this. Yeah, it's number 3. Yeah, this could all be yellow. The maintenance of rail train could all be this bright yellow that's like hard to miss. Kind of like that idea. I might have to do that at some point. I may have to do that at some point. Also, I kind of figured you'd keep going, not just stop. How much would that cost? That's got to be like 2,000. So, like, if I run a short delivery to somewhere, then sure, I could do it. I could do it without issue. I think I'm going to fill this, uh, this car up here with logs right here. Not to do a delivery. I mean, maybe eventually, but not right now. And we're just gonna say that we're hauling a work crew and some building supplies. I wish I had access to more stuff. so I can make longer, cooler looking trains. Especially when it comes to the rail maintenance trains. Because rail maintenance trains are always really fascinating to me. Especially considering, they're not super common. Like, hauling a fake train of anything is cool to me. I say fake. They're not fake trains of things. It's just, it's not actually needed for what I'm doing. Because it doesn't cost me resources to go and build, sorry, I'm jumping up a pile of logs. Give me a second. I'm jumping down a pile of logs, too. Well, like, the bank over there, it didn't cost me anything to build it, but it gets to sit there and exist and be happy. Or that house right there, the telegraph office, the fucking inn right up top there. That, saloon? Tavern? Grocer's store? Gunsmith? I'm not sure which one that one is. But it doesn't cost me anything to build the buildings. But it would look really cool for the buildings to look like they belong, or, using materials from my train in order to be constructed. So, what other industries do we even have? Because it sounds like we could get more eventually, because this is a really pitiful list anyway. They'd have to expand the map if they're going to do that, though. And it looks like they have space for it. But, like, I'd love to have, like, a rock, rock and whatnot car on here that, you haul along. I'll probably get one of those, hopper cars and say that it's carrying ballast. And that's how I get my ballast to and from. Like, just making longer, cooler trains, especially work trains, is kind of what I want to do. Because, like, we have the caboose back there, so we could just ditch this car entirely. Although maybe that we shouldn't, because it would make more sense that there's a bigger crew on work trains. Well, like, look at this. It's a mixed traffic engine. Or, mixed goods, I should say. Not really even mixed goods, because it's only hauling one type of good. But it's also hauling people. So, I don't know. It's a really tiny train, but it's got some decent weight. You heard her. You heard Percival struggle for a few seconds there to start, which is insane to me. I need to switch on to that line, so we're gonna start braking. We're gonna start braking. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Everything is fine. Maybe I'll get a second car though. Oh yeah. So what I'll do, because I do have access to a lot more building material than I thought I did technically, because I have lumber and planks that I can take, or beams, or whatever you want to call it, that I can take and attach onto a train too. So I'll totally take and throw some of that onto here. Maybe I'll take and get some rails eventually once we get the ironworks open. Throw those onto here. Just like little things. Alternatively, I think I could... Because I was talking, again, in the Railroads subreddit. It's not an official one, it's a fan-made one. It's pretty cool, though. But they were saying that... because I posted this train originally, and I don't remember who suggested it, but they recommended a hopper car that I say is what carries my ballast, which, yeah, okay. And then I download something called Railroad Studios and put some rails on my one flat car. Because I was like, oh, it's a rail maintenance slash rail creation train. It carries all of its own parts to create rails. Because A, it's just a really fun idea, in my opinion. But B, it's interesting to me. Brakes! Whoosh. Really? didn't even... Wow. Let me impressed. You sit over here for me? Oh, okay, well. I didn't think I'd hit it that hard. That's weird. Oh yeah, we'll take off our brake. Brakes. Okay. Now can I re-rail her? Where you at, baby? Where are you actually at? Oh, you over there. So this is on a slope. I didn't realize that was on a slope. Hmm. The more you know. So you brake on to full. Grab you. Put your reverser on. You can have your brake on full too, because I do like the idea that you are trying to not murder this tiny little tender by ramming into it. There we go. Now, there's really no space for you to step off on that platform. That is very, very crazy. Okay, so we'll pull forward now. I don't know what happened there. I've never had the tender just jump the line before. Especially like that. That was just bizarre. Like, I knew I hit that really hard, but I didn't think it was hard enough to derail my engine. Christ, how many of these do I need? Hazel, you might actually have to run a cordwood delivery just so I can restock the engine. Please, for the love of God, that has to be all of it. Nope, we're still filling. Didn't I fill this all the way up? I've only used like a tiny fraction from this. I don't normally use it. Usually I use the Oh, okay, there we go. Now I'm just throwing wood on the floor. Yeah, normally I use the stuff in the bunk. That's crazy. I wish we had the option to customize engines a little bit more. Because I would totally buy one of these without this, like, platform chunk here. And I know what you're thinking. That's the bunk. That's where you store all of your fuel. But then if, like, they kept so you could keep attaching tenders, like, just remove it so you can't pull the water from them or something. I don't know. Make it so that you can buy a tender that just holds fuel, like literally anything. That would be very, very cool. Like, oh hey, we have this engine here. It's great. It just doesn't have enough of a fuel storage area. So you take your engine up to like a engine works, for example. I don't know what the proper word for that would be, but I'm sure there is one. I'm sure someone smarter than me knows it. I need like 3 more to get the fire back up to an acceptable level, which is at basically full. Anyway, brakes off, reverser in full, regulator open, regulator closed. There we are. There we are. Now the train's full up on fuel. Water I'm not too concerned about. That's pretty rare that we have to worry. Because, 4,000 gallons of water is a lot of water. Don't ask me how we're storing 4,000 gallons. Because the saddle tank only stores about 2,000, and this only stores about 1,500. So somehow by connecting these, we're getting about an extra 500 or so gallons of water. Which isn't a lot, but it's very weird that that's the case. That was all of my drink. I am now sad. So sad. Might cry. Anyway, I really do want to do that with the train, though. I feel like that could look really cool. Having it all be uniform, one color. Can I do that, though? Because the... Where is the hopper car? You're a hopper car. You're a tiny hopper, though. You're an even smaller hopper. Isn't there a big one? Are these actually the biggest the hoppers go? Just swore there were others. Also, this only has one paint job. This one has all of its paint jobs, but in red. Ooh, wow. And I hate how this hopper car looks. Like, legitimately hate it. This one's a lot better, but it only has the one paint job. So I guess we just leave this one be its stock color. I don't know. Why is there not more paint jobs on these, on the rolling stock? Like, I get no one really typically uses them. Like, it's pretty rare for someone to go, oh, wow, yellow rolling stock. Oh, wow, brown rolling stock. Red rolling stock. Brown rolling stock? That's just a darker shade. It's basically the first shade. Orange rolling stock. No, it's not even orange. It's like a pinkish peach. Like, if there were more colors, I feel like people would choose colored rolling stock more. Because it would look cool. It would fit in with people's lines. Like, for example, the Hillside Transport Co. Our color is green. There's not really green rolling stock anywhere. I mean, there's this. One piece of rolling stock. At least the big rolling stock. The little rolling stock all tends to have green. For the most part, it's all this just, like, stupid, like, reds, which I get is more accurate to the area. Oh, we found another green rolling stock. Cool, but that's really, there's, like, no point. Like, why would I buy these in different colors if I can't have them all match my actual trains? That's a lot of my issue with the game. It's just like, it's a sandbox, so it's like, oh wow, can I actually like customize stuff? Like, I'd love it if I could do this train up in like this same shade of green, do the car up in the same shade of green. Maybe choose to not have the pinstriping on these two, just the lettering and numbering, and I would run it around as its own little train. It's like, I have a class 48. Yeah, it's in a weird shade of green that maybe they didn't originally come in, but it fits with the railroading theme. So, I don't know. I know these are probably closer to their actual, like, working colors from their working lives, but let's be honest with you, people repainted the engines. A lot, actually. It was kind of bizarre. And you don't even have to make it so that, like, there's too many options. You can go, well, okay, if you buy a green engine, you get a green engine, but your wheels have to be green. Or, alternatively, if you don't want to have to go to the effort of repainting the wheels every single time, just make it so the wheels are permanently, like, black or gray. Like, yeah, you have your actual engine and the cab and your tender are all painted, but, like, when you look at your wheels and, like, everything's just, like, gray or silver or black. I think that would look really cool. You probably want to make it consistent if you're trying to make it easier, because these wheels are literally just these wheels. Just slightly sized up, and I do mean slightly, like, it's not even noticeable, really. Like, it's just little things. You could make it so that there's more lamp styles on the different engines, too, because as it stands, this one has this lamp style. You can't even buy the engine without a lamp iron, which is kind of dumb. I don't know why you would, because the nights in the game are really, really impossible to see. Because nobody in this backwoods area of the country apparently believes in electricity yet, even though it's well established. I looked this up last stream, but I'll look it up again just to make sure I'm right. Yeah. So 82 is when electric tended to start getting added into homes. So like it would make sense that not everything has electricity, but most things should have electric, especially by 1906, right? Oh six. Electricity alone could, yeah. Okay, so it was an experimental home in 1905, but it was used to prove that electricity could power all homes. But alternatively, like at the end of the day, 1925, I think, is what it said when electricity was more commonly adopted. Like it was pretty rare to find a house without electricity in it by that point. Apart from like your slums and whatnot, so like more ghetto, I guess, is a good word for it. Um, Areas, but it doesn't. Yeah, 1930, the 30s. There should be electric in homes at this point, because that's assuming that this is 1930. And not after 1930. Is there anything newer than 1930? Holy shit! I didn't realize it actually went up to 1930. I thought 03 was the earliest it went to, or latest it went to. That's actually really crazy. That means that we're missing a lot of stuff though too. Let's see, 1905. Yeah, all of our engines are ancient. There's nothing modern. Like you could have a little diesel engine. Well, 1903. That's one engine. 1907. Okay, that's a second engine. Also, I love the lima. It looks so good. I'd love to drive this thing. I don't have a big enough space of track to use it. So yeah, the most modern engine that we own is from 1907. Where am I going? I want to go this way. Don't send me backwards. What the hell? Okay, that was weird. But like the 30s. So even arguing that yeah, it's 1930, electricity was still in homes by that point. Like commonly adopted 5 years before this. Because it has to be at least 1930 for that car to exist. Which means that diesels are a big thing already. Like, steam is being phased out by this point, and things are starting to get swapped over to diesel, because diesel's proving that it's more capable than steam. Technically. Just because it's easier to drive. You don't need 3-man crews or 4 or 5-man crews anymore. You need, like, 2-man crews. You have a guy on the brake van, and you have a guy driving the train, and occasionally they swap. That's it. I guess maybe you have your ticket checker if you're driving actual passenger trains, but that's it. Like, there's no reason that it's not already been widely adopted, that it's just a regular steam engine, or a regular, why there's no diesel engines. And I'm not a, here's the thing with engines, I don't care for diesel engines. I'm not saying that I hate them. It's just I'd much rather learn about like steam engines, because they're interesting to me. Diesels and electrics aren't as interesting. There's been a handful of them that have been like, well, that's really cool. Like some little film cars that I learned about a while ago that hauled like 3 or 4 little tiny cars, but they were electric engines from like way long ago. But they would go into clayworks. That these clayworks would cook down the clay into like bricks and pots and shit. And diesel engines couldn't go in to collect the cooked stuff because they'd get too hot, they'd overheat. So they developed these little tiny battery powered engines that could only haul 3 or 4 little bits of cargo at a time, and they weren't very fast, but they still did their job. And they did it very, very well. Like, those were very cool. More specialized engines are interesting to me. Or like the one British diesel engine that was trapped in a prison for a very, very, very long time. Like, a long, long time. Because the prison crew there, the wardens and whatnot, wanted to rehabilitate the prisoners to be able to join into life with trade skills. So they learned how to take apart the diesel engine and put it back together and how everything works. Which I feel like would never have worked in America. Someone would have gotten shot. Or stabbed. Like, there's no doubt about it. Just like, they would not have been trusted with any sort of power tools. Like, every time I hear it, I can scarcely believe that people let that be the case. It's like, well, you guys were really trusting your prisoners, weren't you? We wouldn't have done it. I'm not saying that's necessarily a good thing that we wouldn't have. I'm just saying we would not have done so. Because it would have ended with not a good time. It's little things like that. So, I'd love to see some... Why are we going down this line? I thought I swapped it. Swapped it. Whoops. Yeah, whatever. We start going up, it'll immediately push us down. I mean, if I don't kill all of my forward momentum. Like, that's just kind of something that I've always found a bit weird. But, I don't know. Don't get me wrong. I like the game. I'm not saying it's a bad game because it doesn't have certain things that would be quality of life improvements. But, like, having it so that you could, you know, maybe even... Because, like, here's the thing. Like, right here. We can choose to go with ballast or without ballast. We can choose to have ballast on some of these turns, or not have ballast on some of the turns. We can choose, you know, different colors of bridges. We can choose different styles of bridges. I really wish they'd fix it, though, because it doesn't work like it should. So I think it'd be really cool if, like, under the rail gauges, you had the option to do another drop-down menu, like over here, where it goes, you know, I want a lamp every 100 meters, or 50 meters or something. Every 50 meters on the right side, on the left side, or on no sides. And so every 50 meters, it would place down a lamp. Or, alternatively, at the bottom, you would go without ballast entirely as an option. Or, not without ballast, but without lamps. So you can run tracks in the dark. Or maybe just the stock option is without lamps. It would definitely make more sense, at least on the wall rails, to have them. Especially since they're more commonly seen and used in towns. Because then you can just go, you know, oh yeah, this is a town. You use the wall rails here because they're safer. They look nicer. They're not just ballast laid out on the ground. So it makes sense to at least have them on these. So you would go under your walls, which it says wall 1, which leads me to believe they're going to have another design for the wall eventually. Like a wall 2 or 3, which could be kind of cool, but I don't know. They talked about having more bridge styles in one of the developer podcast things they used to do as well. Those have kind of been abandoned, so you'd say, okay, just rails with lamps, and then ballast and ballast with lamps. I feel like it would look really, really cool if they did that. did it that way, but it doesn't seem to be what they want to do. For whatever reason. I don't know why. It's not that hard to have lamps that are it's harder to program a lamp that follows your player around like this, or that is on the front of your engine, sort of. The one on the engine's pretty easy. It's a fixed point, so the light comes from a fixed point. It cones out in this much of a radius, but it stays fixed to this position, to this sort of object. And if the object is moving, then the lamp is moving. If not, the lamp is not moving. So like it's easier to program. Okay, I'm gonna use a railroad sign for an example here, but like, let's say there's a light on top of this. It's like, okay, so this has this one position here. You look at it and you go, okay, this one position has a light. There's just one light source on this specific object, and it comes on at between the hours of blank and blank. Because it would make sense. It doesn't even have to be an electric lamp. It can be a fire lamp. Because guess what? Fire lamps were a thing. Especially in towns. That's why you used to have a guy that was like a firelighter dude who ran around in your towns and would light up the town with the lamp. It's actually kind of cool. If you've ever read Charles Dickens' A Christmas Story, I don't remember the name. Oh no. The Ebenezer Scrooge and the three and all the ghosts and whatnot. If you ever read that story, then you've heard about the firelighters. I think they mentioned it, or at the very least you've seen them. If you've watched any of the adaptations, including the Disney adaptation. I think. I don't know. If you've read or listened or watched Mary Poppins, I think the dad is a street lighter in the one of them. He goes around, he lights the lights at night around the streets. So like, although that I could be wrong on that one, don't quote me. It's been a long time since I've watched that show. Like, a long time. I should actually watch it again. Now I really liked some of those older movies. I'm not going to be watching the Christmas movies right now, obviously. That would be insane. I would lose my mind. Something else that they should have, though, because they have all these like props and whatnot. They should have more options. Either the buildings need to be split out, the decorations or whatever, but there should be like bridges as an option, footpaths, foliage, greenery, all that. I don't know. You could have like scrapped locomotives as an option, like broken trains. So you could have like, for example, over here in my derailment setting, which I absolutely love, by the way. I'm gonna be moving some cars over into here, so it looks like they were maybe this line used to have like a push pull with some iron cars or something. But like there's some different cars, but the bridge finally gave way because it was just too old, and so it's gone and in the water. It looks a little bit weird because the bridge pieces don't exist like they should. So instead of having the bridge piece just permanently exist, it just cuts up to the water. The water seems to have gotten rid of some of the effect, which is kind of lame. I wish it wouldn't do that. I get it so that it doesn't clip into the ground, but the water's not part of the ground. It has no clipping. Plus, I wouldn't be able to do this. Wouldn't have been able to throw Hazel in here the other night, which I still kind of feel badly about. I'm not going to lie to you. I do feel badly for my engines when I do that sort of thing to them. Just little things like that would be nice. Just little tiny game changes. I'm not saying anything major. Like, literally just asking for lamps. I'm not asking that they even have the ability to shut off. Just like, or automatically turn on. Just like, oh yeah, a lamp. Yeah, I'd like that. And then you run around, you turn them all on, because it'd make towns look a lot cooler too, and a lot more put together. Same with pathways, or like the ability to add your own foliage, because you could do some of that. They have like farm setups, but they don't have like actual like farms. So like if you want to create what looks like a row of crops, and I'm saying this very loosely because you can't really add in crops, you have to take embankment, turn it to whatever angle. We'll say that it sits like at 150, 315. So you build out your little bit of a row. You'll move it all the way back here. You'll push them together as much as you can, and you go 315 again. Try your best to line them up. Then you go all the way back again. But because of how the embankment works, it doesn't look right because the embankment doesn't go down enough. So, your other thing you do is you actually cooperate game. You delete that chunk of groundwork, you grab your embankment again, you move all the way back and then all the way over like this. And you place down more embankment and you go, yes, this is some guy's farm. I don't know what he's. How am I doing this? What have I done? How am I doing this? God, is that you? God, please, I want to see you. No, God, come on. Oh, okay, fine. How am I doing this? It's back. It's gone. It's back. It's gone. It's back. It's gone. I don't know. That's weird. God? God, what's happening? Okay, anyway. But like that's what I mean. Like it would make more sense to have more options. Because as it stands, it feels like there's very few options when it comes to your trains. It's like, well, you can either have your train do X or Y with the little towns and whatnot. And I know the whole purpose is not to be like a town building simulator. It's a train running simulator. I understand that. You problem solve to connect up to, well, sort of, if you choose to connect to the spots on the map where there's these points. You have your so you problem solve and go like, oh, I need to connect up to the freight depot, and you run a track over to the freight depot. Oh, I need to go to the logging camp. Let's say the logging camp's over here, so you create a chunk of track that runs to the logging camp, or to the sawmill, and you'd create a spot for that, or literally anything. You go to these little neat spots around the map. You do whatever job it is that they want you to do, and then you move on to the next spot. But in order to increase longevity of running around and doing that, it'd be cool if they made it so like, A, the maps were larger, because as it stands, and that's part of the issue I have with the Pine Valley map, which is its actual name, is that it doesn't feel like there's a real reason to go ahead and you know play around there because there's nothing really. Honestly, it's not interesting. There's nothing to look at, nothing to do. Whereas with this map, yeah, it's the same size, but they made it more open. There's less hills, less shit you have to cut through. They made it a little bit easier, essentially, which is nice. I'm not saying I want all of the. I'm not saying the game should be a really easy thing to go. You just drive from point A to point B, and then you win because that's not very fun. It's not a challenge, and most folks that play the game like the challenge. Jesus, I guess that's basically about as straight as I can get it there. But people like, having a challenge with the game. Usually, most folks. Myself, I'm kind of at a weird in between crossroads because, well, yeah, the challenges are fun to the game. They're interesting. You know, it's like, oh, I have to get to this spot before I can use this thing. How do I do that? You have to use your brain a little bit, which, me is a scary thought. My brain is not very good. Is this on a weird point? What the hell? That's just not even at the right spot. Let's see. If I back up down the line, this is my old straightening out technique. It doesn't work perfectly. I mean, it's pretty decent. Um, it's not perfect. Also, that's not what I wanted. I wanted platform 2, you son of a bitch. Okay, I think that's about perfect. Yes, yes it is. Anyway, like I was saying, so rather than doing some of what they do, I wish they would do more. It feels like they don't. Like I know they do. Like deep down in my heart, I know that they're trying. I know they're trying to add cool stuff, and I know they want it to be make sense and have a purpose. When it comes to basic quality of life, like having lights, I feel like it should be a given. Because I feel like it weighs the game down a lot. The fact that there are no lights, so you can't really play the game at night. Like it gave a purpose to the lantern and headlamps, which is great. It went wow. People went wow. There's a purpose to having headlamps on your trains now, other than just being purely aesthetic. That's really nice. I appreciate it. But then, like, the lantern is so piss poor that it's not even worth having out ever. You just, oh, it's night? Let me turn on my engine's headlight. There we go. I don't know why it was struggling. And I can only work around where the engine can shine. Which sucks, because I wish that wasn't the case. But, like, if you had lights and you're working on building a little town, it's like, wow, it's really dark. I should build some lights for this little town I'm working on. I don't know. I don't know. I have to flatten out this area because that looks absolutely ugly. We'll build some lovely old walls up. I don't know why it feels like this curves over here. It doesn't. I know it doesn't. You all know it doesn't. The train. But it feels like the trains seem to think it does. Just a bit bizarre. Also, I wish I could see what I'm doing. It's another issue I have with the way the building mechanic works in this game. It feels like it's very incomplete. Like they started to work it out. They were like, this is starting to make sense. Oh no, it's starting to make sense. People will actually use the building mechanic. We can't have that. And they just sort of said, fuck it. We'll make it so that it doesn't make any sense at all. What's that? You wanted a train track that makes sense? Why no, we can't do that. Be sensical. Why would we do something that's sensical? I know it sounds like I'm shitting on the railroads team. I'm not trying to, the game has potential that I see, and I wanted to make use of that potential. You are a son of a bitch. Sorry. Like I said, I see the game has potential, so I go, you got potential, game. I want you to make use of that potential. I don't want you to end up like some of the other games that I play that just wind up being forgotten and abandoned for No real reason. You just sort of do eventually. It's a cautionary tale that I've seen all too much with games at this point, and I don't know why it happens. Rather than people, going, oh wow, this game's really popular, we should probably keep it going, just to make sure it, keeps paying us. They would rather abandon it and just go, ah, well, we got some money from it. Like I said, there's untapped potential. It's the only reason I'm as harsh on the game as I am. I'm not saying that the Railroad dev team is incompetent or anything. I care about the game. I enjoy the game. I would love it if the game could have a long and happy life for as long as physically possible. Because the alternative is that it doesn't, and it just gets forgotten. And people one day go, hey, whatever happened to that train game from years ago? That was a good game. And nothing ever gets done with it again. It's like, I know at one point they were talking about opening up a community workshop for everything and all that stuff. Like, shit that would be cool to see. I would love for there to be like a Steam work page for different things that people have built in the game. Maps, because currently the way you download maps is annoying. Because I've seen how you have to do it. I just don't know how to. Like, if you follow a tutorial, and I'm sure there's tutorials. I don't know for the most recent version of the game, but I'd be surprised if there weren't at this point. At least a couple tutorials. I don't know. It's just one of them things, sadly. Either the game will do really well, and it'll be around for generations, or the game will do poorly. And there's not a whole lot I can do about it, which sucks. But, tis life, I guess. I'm sure everybody's had that game, though, they're unusually harsh against. But out of a place of love. It's not malice, it's literally just, I really like this product. If this product goes away, I no longer have it, which is saddening. And I want it to have a long and happy life. Like, if I could have this game last as long as TF2 did. TF2 came out in what, 2007-ish? Like, that game is old. Well, I shouldn't say it like that, but it's older than me. How do I attach to track? Oh, well, I have to sort that out. I will use that as my guide, though. Okay. Right there. Oh. I need to go further back, don't I? Because I want to have this basically just be like a solid platform. Does that make sense? So we'll pull from... Oh my god, please stop that. Holy Cuncadero. Okay, we'll do it like this. Because what we can do is we can just grab the other sections of that and extend it out a little bit. Like that. Yeah. Well, they are definitely busy doing stuff outside. You can hear them. And I apologize about that. I saw it for a few seconds. There it is. There. See, that looks nice. It looks like it's... Like, that would be a cool spot to have some greenery at the end there. Just like a couple bushes, maybe a tree. You'd go in, you'd be like, we'll throw some bushes here, some shrubs. Are my options reset again? It keeps resetting my graphics. Apply changes. Does this button not work anymore? It feels like that button doesn't work anymore, really honestly. Hey, look at that! I have grass! I think I'd be excited to see grass of all things. But yeah, no, this game is actually really pretty when you have the settings correct. The issue is having all your settings correct. But like, it looks like it's a little platform. I wish they had a paved version. That'd be cool. I said paved, not paid. Just so we're all clear. I don't need no one saying that I want to have to pay more money in game to have cool looking stuff. Because that is not the case. I'd actually probably be really sad if they made it so you had to pay to do some of the stuff in the game you can do. As it stands, the game is actually really, really nice. Just a little bit more. There we go. Aha! 'Tis I, the genius, in disguise. One could say I am a master of disguise. No, stop it. Don't do that. Ow. Damn horseflies. I want to know how they got in. I'm tired of being bit by horseflies. Where? Please? Game? Game, please. Game. Game, no, please. Game. Game, what is connection? There we are. I found... It's okay. Nobody panic. I found connection point. I mean, it's not perfect by any means, but at least it's passable. At the end of the day, that's all that really matters to me, is that it's, you know, passable. Like, you look at this and you go, oh yeah, someone definitely spent some time on making it look nice. There. I don't know why it's so much lower over here than it is over there. That is bizarre. This first swipe was definitely my worst. But that's to be expected, really. I'm going to tear out my throat doing this. It hurts a little bit, not gonna lie. But I'm here for the content. Also to just hang out and have fun. So I said we take platform 1. Because now, platform 1 will actually look decent. I have the stairs on the wrong side again. It's totally not annoying me or anything. It's fine. Don't even think about it. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. It bothers me. It bothers me a lot, actually. Like, how do... What? That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. Like, it's all on ballast. How does that... Does ballast not work anymore? Eh. I don't know, man. If we just have it a nice concrete platform like this, see what happens. Also, demolish. Take out some more rails. Connect. Let our rails run along till about... Because it's supposed to be going down, so I shouldn't have too much of a worry. Oh, yeah, you did that. Of course you did. Why am I not surprised? I keep saying, like, singing the game's praises, and then the game goes, shit, he's talking good about us. Can't let that happen. We gotta make something happen that'll annoy him. And you do something stupid. You're like, it's endearing, I guess. I don't know. If I could, I would figure this out. I need to back the train down the line again. Because it comes up to a weird point for no reason. Like, I don't know why it rises. It doesn't need to. Oh, that's why it rises. Never mind, it does need to. You know what it also needs to do, though? Not be terrible at what it does. If I delete this... Yeah, I'm just going to pull the train all the way back. I think what I'm gonna do is be blasphemous, because, well, it always is. We're gonna park the train on the bridge. The train that needs to have itself refueled, or on the point over here. Either or, I don't mind. Just so long as we're off. Just so long as we are off the main line. I say main line, off the line chunk we're working on. Off the platforming and whatnot. That does look really nice, though. It looks like an actual station platform. I wish they would add in a station building. It could just be for decor. I do not mind. I am not at all picky. In fact, I will happily take having just this one little tiny chunk of track that has been dealt with properly. It's like everything over here it's fine. It jumps up by so much for no reason. Like, it goes up by like 800 feet, and I don't know why it does that. It doesn't need to. I'm not saying it needs to go down, but like a 1% rail increase. Yeah, it's not perfect. The grass here makes it look like it's overgrown. But if you don't like that, go up by 1.5. Find your spot where you like it. Like right here for me. I love that. That's a great spot. We'll extend it out by about that much on 0. And do you want to know what happens? Now it's at the right level. Wow, would you look at that? You don't even have to worry about it anymore. It's all flat land through here. And you can just demolish this section. You don't need it to be that tall. You look at it, you go, wow, that's really tall for no reason. Right through here looks nice, though. And you look again, you go, you know, I really like not having a weird elevation at all. So you grab your wall again, and you go, wall, I have a job for you. Your job is to do this. And the wall goes, sure. I will be happy to do whatever the hell you want me to do. For the most part. Because you want to know where the elevation should be? On the bridge, or coming off the bridge, either or. But it shouldn't be here. This is not a good spot for that elevation. Because that elevation is before you get to the platform, not on it. The platform should be flat. It should be straight. I shouldn't have to play the wondering game of, well, will this work or not? I don't know. I guess now I never will. Also, I'm going back and fixing this over here. I know. Blasphemous! We just built this section, and you're already changing it? Yes. Yes, I am. Because I want this to look nice. Does that make sense? I want it to feel like it belongs, like it's supposed to be here. Not an afterthought. You know, there's little tufts of grass that come up through occasionally. It's fine. It's on ballast, or dirt and rock, essentially. That's really all the more ballast is. It's like, think gravel. Okay? If you're thinking about gravel, you basically got ballast. You wanna know what likes to grow in gravel? For whatever reason that I've seen around here a lot? Plants. I imagine it's because gravel has dirt and rock and nutrients in it. And yeah, you could argue, but technically it's a passenger train service. Things would be coming through here a lot. Yeah, you're right. They would be. I'm not trying to argue with you on that. I'm not saying that you're wrong if that's what you think. Because yeah, no, for sure. People would definitely probably be trying to take care of like the track and whatnot because, well, you know, it's important stuff. Do you want to know what else they'd be doing? not building tracks into the heavens like I had. Because building tracks into the heavens just doesn't make sense. It might make sense, out there for the turning around points of the train, which we're going to be pushing all the way back now, by the way. It's going to go chill out, hang out all the way back on the bridge. Because we're reworking this chunk a lot. But if you ever wondered, oh wow, we are losing steam. I'm a little scared, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Apparently we didn't accept all those for some reason. Thank you, train. I don't know why you do what you do most of the time. But you do. And it's a little annoying. Anyway, we'll put the brakes on here. It's technically, yeah, we are on the... We should be on a flatter section, I think, technically, but I don't know that we are, actually. I don't know that we are, now that I think about it. Georgia, stop calling me. I don't know who you are. And I'm afraid of social interaction. I mean, not really, but for the sake of the argument, I am. Nah, I don't know. Ah, that needs to be a switch right. That's right. I am dumb. But we already knew that. So. Did I not grab a switch left? Must not have grabbed a switch left. I thought I did, though. Okay, well, whatever. The game is trying to convince me I'm insane now. That's fine. Okay, I might actually need to... Yeah. What I'll do is I'll destroy that again. I know. We just laid that. Why are we breaking it again? But I need to go out by 1.5 meters or so on both sides. Like that. Because how the game engine works is instead of, going, oh wow, this is connecting to a point, well, we should either make it so that there's a point that's a wall, which I hope they add eventually. Like, come on, guys. Having a tiny little wall point isn't going to kill you. Would it maybe be annoying to program? Yeah, probably. In fact, I know it probably would be, or to design, because it would, it'd look weird. But at the same time, it'd be cool. I certainly wouldn't complain. Although I do like complaining. Maybe don't, because then I don't get to complain. And I like complaining. That's still not enough. I meant 2. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just... Whatever reason my brain isn't working today, we'll do 2.5 just to be safe. Because 2.5 should be way more than enough. Like, to the point where that's overkill. And if it's overkill, that'll be fine. Okay. I'm glad I didn't do anything stupid yet. There we go. Another reason why you do 2.5%, or another reason why you do 2.5 meters, ladies and gentlemen, not percent. You never really want to build your rails more than on a 2% grade. That's what I've always been told. However, supposedly there are some grades in different countries. I think someone said Asia the last time I'd heard. That is a lot less than 2.5%, and it looks very, very cool. Something else I want to do is destroy that, because that's way too long, and I don't know why it's that way. It's supposed to go to there. So what was I doing? That must have been my first attempt. You're connected to that one. I don't want you connected to that one. I thought you were going to connect to this one back here. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, a little bit of it puring over is fine, but how it was just bad. I might be losing my mind, honestly. A little bit. It's fine, don't mind me. I'll be fine. Everyone goes insane eventually. Some of us just a little earlier in life than others. But yeah, no, as you can see, this is going to look really nice once we're done. I hope. The track through here will be absolutely brilliant. Yeah, no, if you ever wondered how I've learned to lay track, this is how. A lot of this is honestly a bit depressing. How much I've had to learn to place track, delete track, place track, delete track, place track, delete track. It's a bit tiring, but at the same time, I'm not going to complain. It gives me plenty of time to learn what I'm doing. I need to switch right, though. That's on the straight, so it'll knock me back to there. And I need another switch right, technically. It's the wrong switch right, though. I want this switch right. Yes. Good. I just don't want to have to come back over here and do this again, so we're going to do it like this. I shouldn't actually have too much of a problem, even. That, and bam. Yeah, it looks like it might derail us. Did I not fix this side? It's at 2.5. What did I end up doing on this side? I did. I guess we'll do 3 over here. The points must be a little bit different lengths, which is weird that they would be, but whatever. You know what? Screw it. We're going to do this the old-fashioned way. Because it'll look cool. And I like things that look cool. Might it be a tad annoying? Yes. Do I lose some of that nice cool brick? Also, yes. I don't really mind that, though. I like the idea that the... Oh, I forgot that was back here. It'll be fine. I'd love it if they'd stop with whatever they're doing out there. I get to hear the sound of what sounds like someone pounding on a bucket over and over again. And I don't know why they're doing it. It's very, very weird. I suppose I could ask the crew. They come into the store all the time. That'd be kind of fun, actually. Hey, what on earth were you guys doing the other day that you were smacking on buckets for 30 minutes? Oh, you know, things. Yeah, but what sort of things? Thingy things. So, you're not going to tell me? This is probably how that's going to go. God damn it. Is it really going to do this to me now? Because it can build there. I don't need to go with the higher elevation. It just refuses to. For no reason. See? Occasionally your track decides that it wants to be stupid and not work. Which can lead to frustration. But alas, it'll be fine, I promise. Much nicer. Yeah, it's not perfect. Nothing that I build ever is. But at least it's passable. So do I take this? I'm going to make this go off to the left a little bit, I think. Little bit of Monica in my life. No. Don't mind me. I'm losing my mind. I'm going to move you, because you're on the wrong side now. We could even build that little house thing up on the platform, which I'll probably do. But I want my turntable to be right here. Because it looks nice. We're going to have to knock down all these trees, though, which sucks. Again, be a great reason to have the foliage stuff, because then I can just go, oh yeah, my trees? Yeah, I want to place them. They don't even have to have actual physics like these ones do. They can just be props. Like, you know, 90% of the rest of this stuff. Okay, let's demolish terrain track. Over here, however, is where I'll do my cool little my cool brick stuff because it would make more sense. Now it's being connected up onto... Will this get in the way, though? Yes, it will. So, with that being said, we're going to do something that I wouldn't normally do. We're going to... I'm going to say goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Hello, more dirt. I love the wall stuff a lot more than I like the regular ballasts. But the regular ballast works for here. You know, it's a small town that we're stopping in. So there's not a whole lot of purpose to having a really fancy looking setup. I mean, their platform's going to be nice. I'm not going to take that away from them. But for the most part, it'll be like this. I think I do all. Yes, that sounds like it'd be a better idea. We'll let this go out a little bit farther, because occasionally we'll have Percival back there, who will come up here. Or larger engines. Percival's probably going to be our largest. I know you can connect. I've seen you do it. Right. I know I need to go out about 8 anyway, so... There we go. 7... 8. Wonderful. Let me take out our bumper, set that down, and look at that. It's perfect. The wall, yeah, it comes to a weird abrupt stop. But that'll be fine. Anyway, yeah, it actually doesn't look too bad. I'm always impressed. Obviously, I'm learning some new little tricks and tips as I go along, but... Like, look at that. We have a nice functional yard for the most part that doesn't have weird giant gradients and shit everywhere. I hate it when they do. I like it when stuff is normally a little bit smoother. Granted, yeah, it's not perfect. There's a few spots where like, oh, it dips down a little tiny bit. But the section that's actually on the platform, the stuff that matters, is all smooth. Mostly. Back there, it's a little bit of an incline still. But I know what you're thinking. Well, wait, how are we going to get the train to connect then? Because that wall is what's... And the answer is, it's pretty simple. Walk over here, connect to the track, you go, hey, hi, how you doing? I need you to go to there. And the game goes, oh yeah, you want like a 2%-ish? Like, it's probably close to 1.5% incline. You can do that for you. And it builds up to that section of the track pretty nicely, actually. And you go, wow, thanks, game. That's pretty cool of you. You're a real homie. Alternatively, if you don't like it doing that still, and you want it to look like it's at least got a little bit more of the footbridge that it's flat on, this is just an example. Oops, I actually need to... Yeah, I need the wall, thank you. You build it out so it goes to about there, and you go, okay, so we'll take some more of that DNRGW bridge. You wander over to here, and you go, okay, I would like for the bridge to actually connect to here, sir. And the bridge goes, yeah, sure, no problem, Holmes. In fact, you could probably go back further with me to the part where I actually start to go in this nice straight elevation and have me start climbing back there, and it would probably look better. But I don't really want that. I do want there to be a little bit of flat to the wall, though, so we'll ask it again to do something a little stupid. What if I actually dropped it to a 1.5 decline here? Okay, wonderful. And I hit G to close that menu, because I don't need that up yet. And I said, hey, Percy, are you up to Steam? Yes, you are. Heat, you're up to Steam. We're going to play a little numbers game called Push the Engine Backwards, Please, Old Sport. And you should do so pretty fine on your own. And I do apologize again, like I said. If you hear the construction, there's not a whole lot I can do about it, though. And it's just the unfortunate consequence of living right across the street from it. So, hopefully you won't hear it, but like I said, on the off chance. I always feel badly when people have to deal with shitty audio quality. Okay. So, we're just gonna say goodbye, bridge. And we're also gonna run up to the front here and set same to that. I think we can grab it and drag it all the way back. It'll be annoying because I have to go all the way around, but it'll be fine. There's not much else I can do, sadly. It should all maintain about a 1.5% decrease. I think. Could be a little less, but I highly doubt that. To be honest with you, I'd much rather I knock out this chunk of stone wall too. Build it all the way out to the edge, and say that this is a nice solid 0% change. So that's what I'm going to do. Because A, it'll look nicer, which is half the battle in this game is, for me, is getting things to look nice, to look like they belong. We'll build it out to about there. That'll be fine. It's a nice long section of uninterrupted stonework road. We'll grab the DNRGW bridge. Build. I'm probably going to put the pathway on the correct side. If I'm not on the correct side, and I am just running like a maniac, which I could be doing, I don't quite remember with the DNRGW how to work it, because I want it to have the actual white picket fence on my right, not on my left, and I think I'm going the wrong way currently. But if I'm not, it's a nice little surprise, so we have that at least. But we do get to do this for a little while, which, you know, if you're not a fan, I'm sorry. Damn it, that was the wrong side. Damn it, Bobby. I've been watching some King of the Hill lately. It's kind of fun. Some of the older seasons have some interesting jokes, we'll say. And leave it at that, because they wouldn't fly today. Wouldn't be able to say them. Because of societal change. Which, I mean, let's be honest, it happens. Every society eventually has some change. And that is a good thing. But yeah, clearly we have a lot of foliage that we could work with. If they'd, Did I not grab the DNRGW? What? What was that? Was that the fireproof red? I'm sorry? I wasn't trying to... I literally thought I had the DNRGW. I just wasn't paying attention. Huh. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. That actually sucks. I do really like this little section of the line, though. It feels nice. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to take and make a, like, basically a chunk of the track over here where, like, you would, at least along the stone nonsense. We'll let it run flush to the track for now, because I want to see if this is a straight line or not. I think it is, but I'm not sure it is. No, that's most definitely not a straight line. At least against the bridge, it's not, so... Yeah, it crosses over eventually, so this needs to be reworked. Just by a little bit, eventually, but right now, let's finish getting the bridge to its location. Then, if we got time later, we can come back to it. if I'll probably have time. I don't intend to stop till like, 5. So, which I think I said already once, but on the off chance I didn't, it's gonna be a long stream today. There. See? That looks nice. That looks very nice. It looks proper, like it's been thought out. Like someone went, well, this is going to need to be done. I mean, it might be at a much steeper gradient now. I think we're looking at probably like a 3 or 3.5. Maybe even a 4, which would be pushing it, especially with the porter hauling the trucks uphill. But yeah, that needs to be dealt with. I don't know what I did. Clearly something isn't right. Because this is not gonna fly for what I wanted to use this for. But assuming I know what I need to do in order to make it work. The only thing is that it'll suck and be annoying. But it is just some more track laying, basically, so whatever. I do like the idea this is like a little footbridge too. So when we do put down the rails, we'll have to make sure that it's, something that'll work for everybody. At least everybody involved in the process. There we go. That's not a prop, that is groundwork. That's not groundwork, that is rails. I don't know why that section counts as rails. I really don't. It shouldn't. It should not count as rails. But it does. So here we are. Here we are again. Oh, did you think I meant you? That'd be funny. If it weren't so sad. But I intend to basically use this as like a runaway line. So, we get to do a lot of work here, actually. Because I did a lot of work on this previously. I think I discussed this last stream. But the whole point to this originally was to make it look like it was this whole area. We worked on this forever. Was that it was going to be a part of the, whatchamacallit, I'm struggling right now. I'm really, really sorry about that. It was going to be the, holy fuck, why am I struggling so badly? Whatever. We were basically going to have this be the... I know you guys think I'm doing this for a joke. It's not a bit. I do not remember what I was trying to say. Which is actually a little irritating. Anyway, we'll come back to that thought later. This was going to be the area to the sawmill. Thank you. Wow, brain, are you okay? It's like the 4th or 5th time you've done that tonight. I'm actually starting to get a little concerned. I mean, it's probably just lack of sleep or something, but it's concerning still. Like, say what you want, it is concerning. Oh wow, that looks really funky. It'll be fine though, because I just want it to go like that, because it connects right to the bridge. And it makes sense that the bridge is being held into place by stonework rather than ballast and rail. I think about that. IRL trains definitely do still move there. Really? Oh wow. I didn't realize this was going downhill. Still. Huh. Did I do that? Is it because I have it set to go downhill? No. Wow, it just goes downhill a little. That is honestly insane. But the more you know, I suppose. I hate that. Anyway, part of the reason why the rail is here like it is because the ballast looks really, really funky. But if we have this, connect to this, connect to this, connect to this, this is actually really, really tall compared to what it needs to be. Okay, fine, we'll do it again. Like, I'm sorry. I hate that I have to keep deleting this bridge and rebuilding to it, but I don't have much of a choice. This is the right way around, if I can recall. I mean, I know I have a choice. I could literally just choose to not do this and go, yeah, it's fine. It's not perfect, but it'll be livable. Which is kind of the whole thing that I need to do with my tracks, is they're never gonna be perfectly perfect. There's always going to be some engine that can't make it around some curve that another engine can, or whatever issue there might be that week. But at the same time, I'd like it if I could actually make use of some of this, show off some of my knowledge and skill in the game, and make a nice looking track. Who knows? Maybe one day it'll be useful. Probably not today, but one day. There we go. That looks really nice though. I don't know how it's going to treat the engines, because I think this is actually a lot more elevated now than it was previously. Or maybe it's less. I can't really tell. I do know that I wish I had my brick pathway still, which I'll do. I intend to basically make a runoff line, like I said, or a runaway line, or a waiting line. So the train will go over here to essentially pull itself into a waiting position. So, like, oh, we have the passenger train coming through. It's the more important train right now, so it needs access to the line more immediately. I don't know, though. I do not know. It's a switch right, is it not? It is. Okay. Okay, I was going to say, is that why I stopped? Was because it didn't work? But no, there's no way to connect the rail. What? Yes, there is. What? Game. There we go. I was just on the wrong side. It's fine. Yep. And I think we'll just take bridge 3. Because it's not supposed to be anything fancy over here. It's just basically hey, look at me. I am running along. Oh, here comes the actual important train. I don't know why it would need to be this long necessarily. I don't think it would. Would. Do I let it continue upwards a little bit? Maybe I do. Because if it's a runaway line, then it would make sense that it does actually go up. I think I found the length we're using, actually, to go up, basically. But yeah, no. Nah, not quite. Or if we did, it's just not perfectly on point, which could be the case. I'm not sure. I'm not going to pretend like I know, because I don't. I'm not a genius. And we already know that. I don't need to do that for this one, do I? Because technically well, I'm underwater now. Please help me, I am under the water. Maybe not anymore, but I was. I do... I don't know. I don't know. I kind of like it, though. It has a certain charm, if that makes sense. Feels like it's something that should have been done a long time ago. I think these are actually at the same exact... Huh. Hi. That's the ground. Let me grab out a bumper. Let's connect. That's not connecting bumper. That is doing the exact opposite. So it's not perfect, but it'll do. I'll grab out ballast. Pull you out to about here. There we go. It's obviously not going to be a very used line, so I feel like it's fine if it sits down here. Should I have it run all the way to the station? Well, if I do, I'd have to delete this little right switch and grab out the one on the other side, but it'd be fine. I'm perfectly fine with doing so. That's a left switch. Whoops. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we'll let it run straight up against the station. So it'll actually continue going up a little bit from here. Because as it stands, it's not quite where it should be. I do like the idea that this ends up being about the right height and location. Yeah, that is about the right height and location. Does that go down? I don't have to delete it, I can just check. No, okay, I'm just losing my mind. I was like, what? No, it shouldn't be doing that, but it's fine. We'll grab the D&G RDW thing again. I think that'd look cooler for the bridge anyway. It'd make more sense. And we'll be going from the other way, because we want it to actually line up. Mostly. So, would you look at that? We're actually going the right way for once. And we can actually just sort of hang out in this chunk of the bridge to do this. This is why I like having bridges over bodies of water. It's an extra / runaway line that connects up at a nice elevation back there, actually. I'm quite impressed. It makes a nice use of the footbridges stuff too. Okay. So once we get to the actual line here, we will connect it on. I think we'll be using... Yeah. There's a little bit of a gap in between, but it's fine. I think it looks really nice, actually. It's very thought out, I think. I mean, I'm basically just copying what I did on the other side and flipping it, when it comes to bridges, anyway. The rest of it, not so much. Yeah. Let me delete you real quick. Okay. There's that. We will grab out some regular rail, switch it back, and connect you onto here. I don't think this should derail an engine. It'll definitely derail an engine. So this has to go up by like 1%, which is fine. I don't mind that. I'd rather it go up by a tiny bit than, you know, we have major issues in the future. Hopefully that'll help. I have no idea, though. I'm not sure. Because it still needs to connect in down there. So that actually did help, because it has to connect up on the rise. That's right. So it's just a little bit of the track that gets bulked up, or bunked up, or whatever. Which is good. It's a little bit of a incline, so if it's not too bad of a runaway, it doesn't need to go all the way up the track, but... Well, you know what I mean. What we'll do, though, because I'm a sucker for it, is we'll grab wall. Pull the wall all the way back to about here-ish, so it'll look nice. And we'll grab regular 1-foot rail. From you to... Oh, that went up. It's not supposed to go up. If anything, that should probably go down, because it doesn't need to go up. But we'll see. I want to make it so that it does look like it's trying to run underneath. Yeah, I guess we're going to have to play favorites and do to about right there, because that's about where it starts to get straight. So we'll grab out that. I know, I'm being very descriptive right now. Grab out a bit of this, a little bit of this. Oh, you know I need some of this. Oh, and you know I need this too. Grab some ballast. The ballast is interesting. I like ballast. The wall ballast anyway. So we can just go. Oh. I can connect you over here without any issues, I think. I don't think I'll really have any issues. Oh god. What the hell did I do? That is so fucking stretched out. What? What on earth? Why does it look that way? Oh, because it did that. Oh. I see. So it broke the textures. That's fine. We'll just start from back here. So this is fine. Even an inconvenience. Just gotta connect it up to right. I got rid of the rails. Would that help? That'd probably help. So I can just run ballast. I think that's my main issue. It'll be alright. We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it. I am just learning how to do it is all. There. I mean, it's not perfect. Does that actually drop down enough? That might not drop down enough. Oh god, that does not drop down enough, does it? I think my rails technically go over top of it, but nope, they do not. They go right into it. Intriguing. Bustles. Da, da, da. Okay, what if I do it like this? Because technically, you are terrible. I do not like you. Why do you fight me at every corner? Because the ballast doesn't need to... It doesn't matter what the ballast does. The ballast can do... The ballast can literally just vanish underneath the rail. It doesn't matter. It's not the important thing here. The important thing here is... Yeah, the important thing here is the rails. Well, the more important thing, anyway. I mean, yeah, I mean, this does make the ballast look like it's not perfect, which is kind of funny. I do like that. I kind of hate it when the ballast work is absolutely perfect. There's no doubt about that. No, we still have that issue. So 2.5 is not enough. Let's try 4. That's a lot, but we'll see what happens. Oh, 3.5? 3. We'll try 3, but that gets really close to that. So perhaps I run you to here. Like a good conductor should. And we run regular ballast from here. I'll put you back up to 0. I don't think I have to worry about this too much. Yeah, this will be fine. It's right on this crossing that I have to worry about. The ballast. So if I take you and I want you to connect to here, yeah, that looks like it'll be fine. Barely even tell. Nice. So let us, I guess, save the game real quick. Again, this is why I would like to have rock as a option in my cars things, but it's not a deal, so. One, two, three, four, five. It really does not like calculating, does it? Do I go up on the main side first, or do I go up on the warning side? I think I take the warning side first, because I want to make sure that we don't jump the track. I think this looks quite nice, though. I'm actually rather surprised. Deploying surprise in 3, 2, 1. There we go. So if that works, that'll be great. Hey, it looks like it should. I don't know. I'm a little worried that the... No, it doesn't look like we'll catch on anything. Nice. And this isn't too much of a gradient to go up, I don't think. I love that there is... I do like that there's that little bit of a gap there. But if the train does actually end up having an accident, literally anywhere along the line, it should be fine. Should be. Keyword. Alright, we don't have that finished yet, because it needs to flatten out, smooth out, yep. Please, for the love of God, stop going forward. Thank you. It's not stopping. There's stopping. Awesome. Because the bumper should line up to... I do like the idea that it comes up to... Oh my god. Well, technically... What if it runs wall to wall? What happens then? I'm taking out some more wall. Don't mind me. Yeah. That might be a little... Let's drop it down. Will that stop us? Hey, don't mind me. Your brakes are strong enough to hold this up, hold that all up, right? Yeah, they are. I didn't think they wouldn't be. I just... Oh God! Run away, train! Ah! Bump. Well, apart from it knocking our rear end up, it looks like that does actually stop us. Yeah, we definitely get stopped all right. That's cool. I do want to have the... I do want it to be the... Whatchamacallit, though? The, I want to have a bumper there that'll stop it, not just using the force of my train or the wall. You know what I mean. We'll turn you off, because I do actually have to back you down the line. Because... Brake, reverser... Yeah, I need to test the other side too, but what I really want is just to have a continual chunk of bridge. I can't do that. Or platform, or whatever you want to call it. This, right here. I want this to all be one solid piece. Or just about all one solid piece anyway. So if I go rails, ballast, because I can set this down right here, which is great. And then I can take out my track and lay you down so you get to right about there. I'm eyeballing most of these measurements. No, that's not going to work. That isn't the proper measurement. I wish I could make sure that it's just up against this here. That's all I want it to be. To be in the middle and like right up against it. That's it. But that's too hard to do, I guess. I guess. So, I mean, it could be a little short of the platform. It'd probably be better anyway. Look nicer. Yeah, I can go forward a little bit more. Oh, okay. Well, fuck you then. I mean, it's fine. Whatever. Okay. How does that look with the bumper? It's actually a lot better, yeah. Yep. I hated that. Not the fact that I had it in the right spot. I hated that I deleted it. Anyway. So that connects there, which looks nice. And we grab regular wall, or ballast, whatever you want to call it. Does this actually connect onto the bridge? Bridge, you do connect to the bridge. So I think I'm going to do, instead, just because I can make it one solid piece this way, so I'll take out ballast. And I'll make it run straight, because I know this needs to go straight. The only reason I was having it connect at that moment was because it looked like it would work a little better. So that connects to there. I can grab some regular 4-foot rail. Rail 4, whatever you want to call it. And it'll connect to the bridge. And yeah. There we go. It looks like it'll do fine. I'm actually rather surprised. But this is basically an emergency stop. Or maybe it's just where I store my goods trains that I haul up here. So I imagine they'll need some stuff occasionally. They're not going to be totally self-sufficient or self-reliant or whatever. So I like this. This looks nice. It's a nice little yard, for lack of a better term. What if I took out wall, though, and started putting it in places? Like, what if I wanted it to do this? Can I have it so that it drops to here, goes underneath? It gets set to that, goes to 0. That's 2 presses, which means that that is not technically at 0, but I do like this actually. That's kind of funny. Oh, it's still increasing. Yeah, of course it is. It needs to go at 0 for like 2 seconds. Wow. I mean, it still goes down at least, but oh. Yeah, that does work. As long as it doesn't cause any issues for the engine, I think I might leave it like that. Because I am not. Actually, I kind of like that. It looks really nice. It makes it look. Is mature better? I think more mature is a better word. Because it looks like it's a continual piece, a slab. because you can't really see where it stops and starts. So it just looks like they literally built some of this to have a couple of hoops go over it. Now, but yeah, no, the cool thing is we can push the work bands up here now, rather than having to. I'm in the water. So props are solid objects. I could probably build a couple of like little tiny plank bridges back and forth so that it looks better, so like people aren't. Here we are. Wait, were you on full this entire time? That's insane. Awesome. Have I ever told you guys my favorite glitch in this game? It's that occasionally the displays all mess up, and I don't know why they do it. They don't have a reason to. They just sort of go, "Oh, that would be really funny. What I could do today that would be really, really funny. I could break." And then they do. There we go. This has some proper weight behind it, so it might actually be able to might actually be able to make it further than around the corner if I were to test it. I do like that though. That looks much nicer. It's like everything's actually, you know, built to be what it is up there. Also, it's a double wide bridge. I don't normally have these. I think this is the first double wide bridge I've ever made. And I think I like that. I think I wish I had more of those. Double wide bridges are kind of cool. Okay. So what we're going to do is A, I'm going to apply the brakes. But B, we're going to run around to the engine. Find... Probably the way car is going to have the best brakes. That or the coach. I'll do the coach. It's in the middle. Uncouple. Pop down here, make sure this is still doing okay. We're going to grab 3 pieces of wood. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Take off our brakes, which hiss like they're full of air, even though we don't have air brakes. They're disc brakes. Are they even disc brakes? Yeah, they look like they're discs. Because we don't have an air compressor or an air pump on here. Anywhere. You would see it over here, typically. But yeah, we don't have air brakes, so I don't know why our brakes hiss. It's not because of that. Technically, these don't go together, so it shouldn't be making any sound at all. But what do I know? Answer is not a lot. So I know we can make it up here with Percival, with all that stuff. It's at the same grade as the other line. Actually, the other line is a little bit higher up, so... Bizarrely enough, this one is easier to go up. Although it would make more sense, I think. Because that's supposed to be like a runaway line / random goods delivery line. So we could leave our coaches up here even if we really wanted to. I'm not going to, I'm just saying we could. Okay, cool. Looks like we're doing okay so far. I'm worried about this. This section here is my worry. That's not out far enough, is it? I'm too long. No, I'm not too long. Never mind. What am I talking about? I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me. We'll test it. I want to see what happens with the tender and with the actual locomotive. Because if it hops, that's a problem. That's the wrong way. Please don't hop. Please don't hop. Please don't hop. Wow, you guys just ignored that entirely. Not color me impressed. I don't know what color that is, but you can do it. Maybe orange. Orange has kind of always been an impressive color. Or red. Oh, the red is more angry. Maybe green? I know green's kind of a basic choice. Maybe green is the color. Electric blue is pretty impressive too. So maybe electric blue. I don't know. I don't really know what color impressive is. You always try my pinkish purple color. That might be. I don't actually even know what it's called. I want to say it's like a magenta, but I don't think it's a proper magenta technically. Also, you would never want to drive a train the way I do. Or, I mean, in general, you wouldn't want to drive anything the way I do. But the trains in real life, they will eventually break if you just keep swapping the crank pins back and forth. So instead of actually coming to a stop and then going into forward, coming to a stop, then going into reverse. If you're just flipping your reverser on your regulator, hey, all of a sudden your timing changes, so your pistons have to start going in a different way immediately without having time to, you know, adjust. But also, you'll snap different little tiny parts inside the engine that are a hard thing to get to. When they break, it's a pain in the ass. Or so I've been told. I'm not a train conductor. I don't know. That's still a very impressive bridge, though. I'm very happy with how this has turned out. You can't tell. No, sorry. It's kind of painful and unprofessional. I apologize. It was also a little bit gross. Oh God. What? The tender jumped. He went, yeah, it's time I go. See ya. And I went, please no. And I went, yep, I'm leaving. Goodbye. I went, no, no, tender, not today. And I went, fine, I'll stay. Only just once. Especially when you have stuff behind you, though. Because that stuff starts moving, it's pretty heavy. So they'll start dragging your train. You do it at a fast enough speed and you swap. So then you get a whole bunch of like wheel slip and shit too, and it's not good. Not good for any involved party. I digress though. Did I replace the... No, I did not. I think I'm going to place that right here. Because it would, then you got a nice good view of everything coming in and out. I mean, like, up on the platform, not behind it. The one thing I'd be terrified of is because the runaway line is right there, like, oh God, the train is literally running away right now. I don't know. I don't know. I am not a genius. I do not pretend to be. Who am I kidding? I pretend to be a genius all the time. It's because I am one. So I guess it's not really pretending if I am. You know what I mean. Is it really pretending if you're pretending to be a thing you are? I think not. There. That looks pretty cute there, actually. I like that. You walk in. You can definitely see trains coming and going. The window needs to be over here, though, because you can't sit here. Yeah, and you can see stuff arriving on the bridge and leaving. So you'd actually... That's actually not a bad spot at all. You can see trains waiting, platforms. I like this a lot. This is really nice. Probably the nicest section of yard I've made yet, and I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. I may have to go back and do some repairs elsewhere. I'll be back in half a second. It's I need a few seconds to stand up and stretch because my entire body hurts. I've been sitting in this chair for 3 hours now. 3.5 hours, technically. So we'll take a few seconds of a break, and I'll be back. I don't know how other streamers do it. They sit there for 8.5 hours a day. They clearly have much better chairs than I do or something, or they built up a tolerance to it. I don't know. Ah, okay, well that's not fun. Everything hurts. I might have to call it here tonight. Ah, okay. Well, hopefully not. We will continue building for now. Uh, just a heads up. If the stream is cut short, I do apologize, but I can only do this for so long before it starts to feel like I'm dying. Okay, but let's start working on the actual platform itself. So obviously we need a way up to it. So we'll grab a platform 1. So that is my way up. Isn't it? Yes, it is. Maybe if I build... I don't really know. I don't know how to build so that it doesn't look like it's way out of proportion. Oh my god, don't do that. I don't know what you did, but please, for the love of God, don't do it. What if I do this? Yeah. Does that connect onto the actual tracks? It does on the runaway section. I should probably pull that back, all things considered. The runaway section is scary. You don't want people on that. Platform 1 again. I know it doesn't actually say platform 1, but it's platform 1. Like, let's be honest. When you think about it, it is definitely a platform 1 kind of thing. Yeah, no, that would make sense that it connects out to here. Ah, wow, that's still a very bad curve. Here we go. We can do it right against this. There we go. I mean, that's basically how I do most of that. I think the platform might be rounded a bit, though. Looks like it might be, which is a little weird. That or I just don't know how to work the platform, which could also be the case. I would not be surprised, after all. I am no genius. How do I do this every time? That looks like it's mostly straight. Oh, okay, okay. I'd love to know how I did that, because that looked really fucking nice. I would like it to either have steps up or to stay at that level. Like, why isn't this a snap-on feature? Like, oh, you have a chunk of platform? Well, we'll give you more platform. as a snap-on. Like, why is it not? It very easily could have been. There's not really anything stopping it from being so. Again, it's another one of those little things. It's like, what were you thinking, dev team? Why do you make all of our lives harder just for shits and giggles? Like, is that it? It's because it's funny. Yeah. What now? Now it's at basically the right level. How? How do I do that? What am I doing that is doing that? It does so randomly. It feels like it's like the prop forgets that it's supposed to stay on the track. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why it does what it does. Is there a way to move it down? No, but I can move it up. I can make it look like it's an actual ramp. Huh. That's bizarre. I forgot I could do that. Like if I crouch, does it do it? No, no it doesn't. Although it does make it easier to place, it looks like. I just have to do a lot of teleporting, so whenever I'm working with platforms, I'd want a teleporter, I think. But I want it to go and be flush with this one right here. Or be below it a little bit. That's fine too. Just not so that it's, up and above it. And it's doing it again. I don't fucking get this stuff, man. Why? Why do you do what you do? Do you need help? Are you okay? Would you like me to call you a doctor? What if I do this? Okay, game. It all better stay the same height then. Because I'm breaking things. If this stuff doesn't stay at that height that you just showed me, I'm going to be mad. Okay. So far, so good. Pull you back. I mean, it's a little bit tall. That's fine. I can make work of that. And what I can't do is when you do this. Why? Why? Why do you do it? Hmm? What do you get from doing this to me? Hmm? Who sent you? Who sent you to make sure I couldn't build the platform so it's level? Like a platform should be. I think these people have a longer platform than the actual Express engine does. I don't know what that says about how I built this. I mean, I built the original Express engine platform thinking that it would be like small trains, I guess. So, I mean, this is supposed to be small trains too, but it probably also deals with goods, like heavy goods. So maybe that's why. You might have also noticed there's not really a way for people to get up onto this platform, is there? And the answer is, well, there technically is. Just not one that you can see. We're going to go ahead and we're going to add that in. As much fun as that is, that looks really nice actually. I'm kind of proud of that. Proud of myself for once. That's kind of a rare thing, so. Well, platform 1. Get you all nice and turned around. Because it can be slightly elevated. I don't mind that. I mean, I do. I'd much rather it not be elevated at all. But having it be at a tiny, tiny microscopic elevation, not a big concern. That's the wrong way around. That's why I'm struggling. I'm like, why won't these connect? They don't look right. Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry. There we go. Will that be a problem for... I didn't think about that. Maybe I'll just delete that one. Yeah, I'll just delete that one. Have it so that the connecting up spot is right there. Spin you around. You spin me right around, baby, right around like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Alright, what the hell is happening? Nope, cooperate. That's why I hate building platforms in this game. Like I love it. It's fun. It's enjoyable, especially when it decides to work. It's when it doesn't work that it irritates me to no end. There we go. They're not perfectly even. That's fine. I like the idea that they're not. There's a way up, so I think we'll build the waiting booth. I wish I had stairs. That'd be nice, because as it stands, people still have to jump up here. Why is it whenever I look this way? Does it stop rendering the mountain behind me? There must be something that stops rendering behind me. From angle to angle, render. From angle to angle, stop rendering, sort of ordeal. It was Waiting Shed 2 that I thought looked... No, that's the nice one that I was going to build up here. One of them, anyway. Waiting Shed 3 is one of the nice ones. Waiting Shed 1. It must be Waiting Shed 1. No, this one's blue. Looks gray, though, on that light, which is kind of cool. How about Waiting Shed 4? Yeah, this is the old broken down one that I was going to place a couple of at the bottom of the track. We can make them look like old fishers' huts or something that they converted them into. And I'm in the water again. Oh boy, I love falling in the ocean. It's one of my favorites. I like the idea that we do have a switcher teleport down at the bottom here, though, too. So we'll do building, building, and switcher point on the one side. I think we can do it. I don't think it'll be too difficult, because that's not a very deep building. So as long as we place it in the right spot, we'll be fine. For now, though, let's keep running. Okay, here we are. Oh, can I not put them here? They might actually be too big. No, they're fine. They're fine. They're fine. I'm mistaken. It's fine. Yeah, that looks nice. Little old switching, little old shed like that. It's a little bit weird because you're coming along and you see them and you're like, well, why are those still standing? Also, that cuts into a building. That's not going to work very well. So maybe we put them back here? I don't know. I know at the very least. Well, we can put them up top. It'll be fine. It'll be alright. We'll put them up top. Props, though. Not props. I want the actual building. Telegraph's office. So that should be here. Yeah, that's a little close to the edge there, but it'll be fine. This one doesn't hang over the edge. So, you know, you go, okay. You walk over here, you see a train just flying down the line way too fast, you pop your head out, you run over to the signal box, you switch it. The train can thunder on past you. Yeah, it looks nice. It also looks like they built some of this stuff into the actual box itself. We do, however, need a little bit more wall. Ballast, wall. pull this out a little bit. Oh, that doesn't need to be going down. It is, though, for some reason. It's fine. And we'll grab our little bit of a shoreline thing here. Ooh. How do I get back up? Can I? Yes, I can. How would I even ask that? I know I can. I just built this. I know exactly how to get up. How to get onto this side. So I want to go... grab a wall. It's not really what I wanted, but that'll work. The whole goal is to make sure that it is flat against this, or at least as flat as can be. Actual wall. Ballast wall, I should say. There we go. It's a little weird that it's out here. A little hard to make repairs, I'm sure, but it'll be alright. There we go. And that looks nice. Makes sense why there's this platform out here too. Maybe we can throw a few little like goods around. You know, a few barrels. Measure just a couple. Just like barrel. Barrel. So we got a couple barrels right here. What are they storing? I don't know. Something. We can grab an open barrel. It's just here because, I don't know, people thought it would look cool. It can be over here doing its own little thing. Two of them. Maybe a closed barrel in front of him. One closed barrel. So that looks nice. Now let us grab something else. A bucket, perhaps. Yeah, we'll put the bucket over here, though. Because that'll look nice. So there's a bucket. We'll also throw a lantern down. We'll just set it right there. You know, maybe he sets it there to grab at night when he walks back up to the town. Because I do like the idea that he lives in town somewhere. He really is just a dude that lives somewhere in town. So he needs that. What's a millet? It's a bag of something or other. Some more barrels, which we could do, but I like the idea that we have some boxes. Box 1 that we pile up around here. Now box 1, 2. Again, what's in these? I don't really know. Maybe it's just some stuff that the town has that they're keeping. Maybe this is all fishing stuff. Like people come out here to fish while he works. Who knows? That could be cool. People are coming out here to fish, though. I like the idea that maybe not all of the fencing is in place. We have one fence here. And we will take out our props. We'll grab a... Where's platform 1? How about platform 1? And, yeah, people come down here to fish. You know, they're just out here on this little, like, boardwalk thing. Plenty of that. And... Grab a platform 2. Build it into the wall a little bit like the rest of the platforms. You know, maybe the city town doesn't like people do this, but you know, they'd rather people not get hurt, so they've built an actual space for people to go fishing. It's also how they can come out here to work on repairs, I guess. Yeah, that looks nice. Looks very nice, actually. I like that a lot. It's a little, like, fishing spot. Can I grab a box and somehow set these so that they are... sort of look like a step? We don't have steps. So, I could do a board. Yeah, I could do a board. Just, what do these look like? Oh, I see. Looks really good, actually. If only I could get it to cooperate. Oh, I can, actually. It's gotta be finicky with it. Yeah, we'll do it like this. We got a little bit of like a ramp going on. My people don't completely biff it. Yeah, that looks nice. It's got some planks. Makes it look a little bit more like, yeah, we did this on purpose. Which, you know, I like. Have that go down. Sit there. Yeah. I'm liking this so far. I mean, granted, we didn't get a whole lot of work done on the actual town portion up there, but we got some nice little detail going on down here, which is always fun. Not that I'm trying to wrap it up or anything just yet. I am still of the opinion that I need to make this look nicer. All right, there's some right there too. Yeah, I forgot about that. Hmm. Well, I'm glad I have that yet. Hmm. 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 Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes. It's fine. That was intentional. 100%. Don't even worry about it, guys. I knew what I was doing. I was just testing you all to see if you knew what you were doing. Aha. There we go. Yeah, I managed to fix that without issue. I do like some of the greenery poking through on the tracks. Maybe it's not the most high class of area, but it's nice. Oops. I mean, not rails. Can you actually work drop down menu? Thank you. Thank you. You're so good to me when you work. But you work so rarely that honestly it's a little depressing. I think it's supposed to be more like there. That's actually pretty much perfect. Yes. I feel like it makes sense that this is built out right here too. It looks like it's holding up part of the dock, which I like. Which feels like it gives it some purpose. I like that. That looks really good. That looks very good. Now we need to grab out the props again, though. Look over here. Was it plank one? I think it was plank one. No, it was board. Board. Eh. There we go. That looks nice. You know, it would explain why it's like this. It gives plenty of space to this whole, like, little fishing scene that I'm setting up, I guess. Maybe the train stops here to pick some of that stuff up. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. I can let my trains that run up here, I'll give them some form of, I don't know. I don't know. I am big dumb, so, you know. Mm, I do not know. All I know is I like it. It looks really good. And I wish I could do stuff like this more often. As goofy as that might seem. Yeah, let's just go back to using ballast here, I think. It looked a little nicer. Not saying it was perfect, but it was better. We need to use ballast 3, don't we? Yes. Because the game has decided ballast 1 and 2 are not good enough. Anyway, that looks fine. I am going to try to do something, though, which is... No, because I don't want it to do that. I want it to look like it's... How do I... I can't figure this out, and it's making me mad. You don't want to make me mad, game. What happened to the last game that made me mad? No longer exists. You can ask my computer. It's gone. Reduced to atoms. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. It's got a nice little bit of protection on the one side. I don't know. I kind of like it having that on the one side. It feels like it's a... it definitely feels like a loading dock of some sort. I wish there was, like, fishing-related stuff in the game, like decor. Because there's not. And it bothers me that there's not. There's a wheel. Ah, well, we won't include some stuff that would actually make sense, considering the area being done at the time. We'll include a random wagon wheel though. I'm not even sure there's anything in the game that this would be used for. Because it's not a train wheel, which was my original thought. It's just a wagon wheel. Oh well. Can I make this chunk of the dock lower? I wonder? So if I go into props and I grab platform 1. So what if I do this? That is my computer's fan spinning up again. Computer, are you okay? This game isn't all that resource intensive. Are you struggling, computer? Let me out. Okay. So I would like this to be straight according to the stuff down here. So platform 2. I hope this is straight, because if it's not, I'm going to be very, very upset. No, it's not even straight. Ay, caramba. Okay, so is that more straight? That does look a little more straight, actually. Yes, I do believe that's more straight. Okay, so we'll call that. Delete that. What do you mean? I just straightened you out. I hate how this engine works. Building mechanic. The actual game is so good. The building mechanics are so bad. I want to know who hurt the people that made this game so much when it came to building. Who hurt you people? Why do you hate me trying to build? I mean, at least it looks fine. You got a nice little step down. Oh. That does mean that those are floating, but because of the reflections, they don't look like they are. So I'm not going to bother with them. It's not going to bother me. I think. I think. I don't know. I do not know. I might call it here, though, because I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of out of energy and pain tolerance for the night. Ow. I'll keep working on this a little bit on my own, so hopefully some more will be done tomorrow on the actual town. But for now, I've been Captain Crispy. You know, find me on, I didn't know I had a body. Huh. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me on Discord as well. I'm more active on my Twitter than I am on my Discord. And as always, if you have game suggestions or video ideas that you'd like to see me do, feel free to either DM them to me or you can shoot me a message on Discord about them. But yeah, it's been a good one, and I hope to see you all in the next one. Bye-bye.